interest of moving this along, before we begin the town business, I would like to invite our two elected officials to take the mic. The first will be Mike Mrowicki of Putney, Vermont.
Good morning. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
All right. Well, I wonder why there's so many people lined up to vote early today.
I don't know.
Well, good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to come and report on our work in the legislature. I just want to start off by saying how good it is to be back home here in Putney. I enjoy the work in Montpelier. I enjoy the challenge of the work, but the hardest part is being away from family, friends, and neighbors. So it's great to get back here at town meeting and then back in May when we get finished. My committee is House Human Services, and this year, the work has really taken on a greater urgency, and in some cases, literally, we're dealing with life and death situations. With the headline death of two young children at the hands of family members 2 years ago, and then the murder of a state social worker in the parking lot outside her work at the hands of a distraught parent, we are dealing with some very serious issues here. After this murder, the number of threats to DCF workers has doubled, and DCF workers are asking us for help. So that's one of the issues that we're dealing with. These are dire concerns that need to be addressed, and we are. There's good news, though, coming out of the Agency of Human Services as well. Our program to help families out of poverty seem to be working. The numbers of people needing public assistance is diminishing, and for the last 3 years, that's gone down. In 2012, there were 5,100 families on Reach Up, the program that helps families needing public assistance. In 2015, that number was 3,900, so there's been a 20% decline in people needing public assistance, and we're glad that the economy is working for some people, for our programs are working for others, and that's the way we want it to go. We hope to continue that trend, and having a growing economy helps that. And there's some more good news there. The Vermont economy continues to grow at about 3%, but it is growing. And Vermont is one of the few states that saw an increase in real wages. And Vermont's unemployment rate remains one of the lowest in the country. I mention this because obviously this is an election year, and it's important for lots of people in Vermont with the presidential election. We're also going to be electing a governor, and you're going to hear a lot of rhetoric this year, back and forth. And one of the things that is especially clear to me, that whatever people's opinions, we keep it civil. We've had some pretty heated discussions over the years in Vermont, but we've been able to keep it civil. And one of the discouraging things is the tenor of the presidential primaries right now, and I certainly think the Vermont way can be held up as a way to keep things civil. In Vermont, we have a tendency to take things very seriously, but I think it doesn't get out of hand because we don't necessarily always take ourselves too seriously. Now, there are a host of other issues outside of human services that we're dealing with. Agriculture, adult protective services, transportation, telecommunications. All 25 standing committees of the House and Senate have a list of issues that are important to them, and legislators need to keep track of all of them. But two of the hotter issues have been financing reform in both health insurance and education. Our health insurance reform continues, and later this year, you'll be hearing more about accountable care organizations as a way to control spending in health care. And regarding education and property taxes, there are many concerns that have been raised statewide and locally about Act 46, and I imagine we will be talking about that at least some later. This has been an attempt to slow down school spending as student enrollments decline by way of consolidating school districts. And I am one that hoped we would have taken more time before passing this bill and tried not to impose a one-size-fits-all. Locally, our schools are doing a great job. I think if you walk around the halls, if you get to visit classrooms or volunteer here at the school, you can see how alive this school is, how our teachers are doing a great job, our kids are working hard. And we're getting the value we want from education, and I don't think we should mess with that too much. Now, we haven't heard the last of this bill, and it will be a work in progress. We did tweak the bill this year to remove the spending caps for 2017, which were rising up and going to create some pretty severe penalties for a lot of schools, perhaps even this one. Now, on the home front here, the work I do in Montpelier is important, and it's also important for me to stay connected here, and I volunteer in several different ways. One of the issues that is important here and statewide is housing. Housing has been listed as an economic barrier to growing our economy, to getting young people to come to Vermont or stay in Vermont. And the reality is we need more housing. We especially need more affordable or workforce housing. Now, I'm one of a dozen or so Putney residents who's on our town affordable housing committee. So I just wanted to make this announcement because later this month, on March 31st, there's going to be an informational meeting at the firehouse. And this is going to be an informational meeting to talk about the project that's planned, a 21-unit workforce housing project that's planned for Old Depot Road at the Newman Hall site. Many of us believe this is the right size for Putney, that we need more affordable housing. We need workforce housing for the people, especially the young people who want to stay in Putney. So that'll be an opportunity on March 31st for people to come out, get a presentation from the Wyndham Windsor Housing Trust, and get some good information about how we can help hopefully move forward with this project. Before I close, I want to thank my district mate and our whole delegation, but David Dean has been, in my terms, the Dean of the Senate. The Dean of the House. David has been as great a champion for the environment, for clean water as anyone out there. And he's also been a great mentor for me in the House of Representatives, so I appreciate that. And without further ado, I'd like to introduce David Dean. Use that mic or this one? I prefer that. Yeah, sure. There you go.
Good morning. Everybody here? Here? That's what I meant. I want to thank you for the continued honor of serving as your representative to the Vermont House. There, I serve as chair of the Fish and Wildlife Committee, Fish, Wildlife, and Water Resources Committee, because we spend most of our time working on clean water. And I am the ranking member of the House Rules Committee. That isn't what I want to talk about today, though. We are doing important work in both committees, but I want to talk with you about the future. And that's what I think about as your representative. I believe that being part of the legislative forum and helping shape public policy requires me to think about the future. I think about the future of my children, my grandchildren, and soon my great-grandchildren's future. In keeping with those thoughts about the future, this year I introduced, and Chairwoman Carolyn Partridge, chair of the Agriculture and Forest Products Committee, successfully moved through her committee and through the House, a bill to create a Pollinators Protection Committee. Well, I guess I'll throw away my next line because it says it does not sound like much, but I gather you understand. Nationally and worldwide, pollinators are stressed and their numbers are declining. If we lose our pollinators, we do not eat. It's as simple as that. The bill will make this committee responsible to monitor the species level, the health of pollinators, and give us guidance as government to react to any problems that they identify. Going beyond that, I think about climate change. We have seen Tropical Storm Irene and other events as real-life indicators of climate change. We know that somewhere in Vermont every year there is flooding from violent weather up north this past week, up in the Kingdom area. We know that somewhere in Vermont there's flooding, violent weather, and that climate shifts are taking place right before our eyes. There have only been 3 days I'm aware of in all of the winter of 2015 and 2016 so far with temperatures below zero. Come on, I've only been here 40 years, but I know this winter is not right. So I introduced a bill to establish a revenue-neutral carbon tax. The theory being that you tax what you do not want and reduce taxes on the things you do want. I am lead sponsor on a bill that Mike is a co-sponsor on, I believe, that would increase taxes on all forms of fuel and all forms of fuel that increase carbon emissions, something we do not want, and use the revenue produced to reduce property taxes, reduce sales taxes, and further reduce consumption of fossil fuels through an increase in low-income and senior weatherization programming. Thank you. We want to lower costs for our homes, our food, products we need, heating costs, and raise the costs for carbon emissions. Unfortunately, political considerations have ensured that this bill is not receiving attention this year. As Michael mentioned, this is an election year. But I am convinced that in soon-to-come future sessions, a carbon tax will receive the attention due this pressing problem. Have any of you been reading the stories in the national and regional press that fish populations are falling significantly? Well, I have, and I'm especially concerned since I'm a confirmed fisher, as most of you know. The problem has now been documented in the Susquehanna River, the Delaware River, and even our own Lake Champlain. The problem is that fish cannot spawn normally because they are showing signs of intersex development. Fish are no longer male and female, but are intersexed male and female in the same fish, and that does not allow them to spawn successfully. The cause of the problem seems to be the chemicals we put into our waters. In response, this year I introduced a bill to require drug manufacturers to be responsible for their products, from manufacture all the way through to proper disposal in a way that does not affect our environment. Unfortunately, it seems that this bill too will wait another year before the legislature takes action. On both of those bills, I want to tell you, I intend to keep pushing. I desire to work toward a responsible future, and I thank you for your continued support that allows me to do so. Michael and I have brought the Doyle poll, and I believe you can find them on one of the back tables. And I'd like to thank Michael for, again, producing our newsletter, which gives some summaries of some issues that he and I were not able to address today. And again, those are on a table in the back of the room. Thank you for your time.
I hope you can hear me now. Sounds like the mic is working. My name is Meg Mott, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to serve as the town moderator. I believe in democracy as long as there is Robert's Rules of Order and a gavel. The job of Robert's Rules of Order is to help us stay focused on one thing at a time and on one speaker at a time. Our first attention goes to the articles as they are warned. Luckily, our brains are flexible enough that we can focus on a singular amendment to the main motion. We can also focus on a singular amendment to that amendment. I'm not sure our brains are flexible enough to go much further, but you all may prove me wrong. It is my job to assist the Assembly in its deliberation. To this end, I request that you raise your hand to be recognized. If you are able to stand up, that would be lovely, as it does wonderful things for the diaphragm. If you're not, we have microphones to help you project. Please identify yourself before you speak and keep your remarks as concise as possible. That said, everyone here should feel free to participate in this noble experiment of democracy. However, if I perceive confusion on the part of the listeners, I shall help you clarify whether or not you are speaking in favor or against the motion under discussion. If you have spoken already on the issue, I will not recognize you until others have spoken. Because I am new to this office, I have asked Tom Ehrenberg to be our parliamentarian. If we have any difficulties with procedure and I appear to falter, Tom shall rush in with a suggestion. It will be up to me, however, to rule on his suggestion. Finally, everyone here should know that this meeting is being recorded by the Brattleboro Community Television for broadcast on Comcast and Southern Vermont Cable. You can watch the meeting on Channel 10 or online at brattleboro.tv.org. Before we begin, however, hearing no objections, I would like to invite our town manager, Cynthia Stoddard, up to the podium. Okay. We heard no objections. What? I said hearing no objections. I get to do that. Article 1, to choose all town officers required by law to be elected at the annual town meeting, voting by Australian ballot. Article 2, to choose all town school district officers required by law to be elected at the annual school district meeting, voting by Australian ballot. Article 3, to see if the town will accept the report of the last town meeting. That report can be found on page 57 of your town book.
And I'd like to make a motion that we approve Article 3 to see if the town will accept the report of the last town meeting.
Is there a second? Second is Lisa Papazian.
Meg, I'd also just like to take one moment to, you all just heard Cynthia Stoddard as she came up. My name is Josh Laughlin, Select Board.
Hi, Steve Head, Select Board.
Scott Henry, Select Board.
Very good. Is there any discussion on accepting or any corrections to the report? Hearing none. If you approve of the report, would you please indicate by saying aye?
Aye.
If you do not approve, would you indicate by saying no? It appears that the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and Article 3 is passed. Article 4, to hear and act upon the reports of the town officers.
I will move to hear and act upon the reports of the town officers. You can find them, I believe, on page 5.
Is there a second? Second in the back, I'm sorry, I don't know your name. Mary Zabriskie. Is there any discussion about the town report?
I just wanted to note that the water fund budget that is in the town report, on the pink piece of paper back there, there's a correction. Some of the percentages of change were wrong on it, and it also didn't format well when the printer printed it, so we corrected it and put it on here. None of the main numbers changed. We don't vote on this budget, but that is a correction to the report.
Is there any other discussion on the town report? The parliamentarian wants to say something? Could we wait for the mic? Do we have mic runners? Yeah. Tom Ehrenberg.
Is that the town report as presented on page 5 and preceding, but modified by the pink sheet?
Yes.
Thanks.
Is there any other discussion? Here, in the back?
Susan Taylor. I just like that the town reports in the last couple of years haven't had very many photographs, and I find it to be really interesting to look at photographs around the town, and I'd like to have them more in the town report.
Okay, a request for more photographs in the town report. Is there any other discussion? Yes. Can you just wait for, this is Lisa Papazian?
Yeah, this is Lisa Papazian. I'm just curious about this article. It seems like I've never seen this article before. Am I dreaming? What's it about?
This article we actually don't even have to vote on. It's a place to discuss the reports that are in the town report. It's not required by law to vote on what we've presented in the town report, because we can't vote on what the Historical Society reports or the Sheriff's Department reports. It's more of a placeholder in the agenda for us to discuss the town report, like suggestions for the photographs and that kind of thing. But so it is different. We're trying to make sure that our warning is more in compliance. I shouldn't say more in compliance, is in compliance with the law.
And so even though we are not acting on this article, it's useful to go through the motions of Robert's rules just to firm it up. I just watched this happen on Saturday in Westminster. So, therefore, all those in favor of Article 4, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those against, please indicate by saying no. It appears that the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Article 4 is passed. We will now move to Article 5. To see if the town will vote to provide notice of the availability of the auditor's annual report by publication in the newspaper of record, all public posting locations, and the municipal website at least 30 days before the annual meeting in lieu of mailing, or otherwise distributing the report to the voters of the town pursuant to 24 VSA subsection 1682. Do we have a motion?
I would like to move Article 5 as read.
Do we have a second? Eva Mondin, second.
All right. I would also offer a amendment to that motion that involves adding what do we have here? To add this information to the annual warning. It was just, I suppose we just didn't get it on the list of other available sites for the auditor's report. But it will also be included in the annual warning, the availability of the auditor's report.
So just to be clear, from a procedural point of view, it may make sense to first vote on the motion as I read it, and then, no, to go right to the amendment. Oh, great. Parliamentarian is saying we shall go right to the amendment. So we are now voting on the amendment, which now reads, to see if the town will vote to provide notice of the availability of the auditor's annual report and annual warning by publication in the newspaper of record, all public posting locations in the municipal website at least 30 days before the annual meeting in lieu of mailing or otherwise distributing the report to the voters of the town pursuant to 24 VSA subsection 1682. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Jean Giddings. Oh, sorry, and I'm not catching my people over there. First, it's going back there first. Go ahead.
I'm inclined that way anyway.
We'll go back there to Maggie
It's
Cassidy.
only 2 volumes.
Does this affect in any way the mailing of the town report?
No. What it affects is that, in fact, we have been negligent in the past in not including the entire auditor's report in our town report. It's sort of a cumbersome thing that we would rather not have to include. This is our formal copy of it. It's roughly 35 pages of information that we would really rather not mail to everybody, as long as we approve this article that says that we are not required to mail it. And we can do that by statute, but it has to be voted on. Same with the warning. The warning would still continue to be in the town report, but we would not be required to mail it individually as well, which is how the statute reads.
We have Jean Giddings.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask the amender whether the proper location of that and in the warning was as read. It seems to me that should come after publication in the newspaper of record and by warning of the town meeting. It's the notice you're talking about, right?
I'm letting the select board answer that.
It's already in there.
It is already.
So,
Well, it's in here, it's not in theirs. Sorry, this is the amendment.
So why don't you explain?
The two things that we're asking for permission to give notice in the newspaper and on our website and the various locations are the auditor's report, which is the one that Josh just held up, and also our annual warning that we always print in the town report. So we are required by law to mail that to every registered voter, and that we haven't been doing that. So I guess, I don't know if that answers your question, but the motion, the amendment should be provide notice of availability of the annual auditor's report and annual warning by publication in the newspaper, etc.
Okay, so it
Does
was
that-
not the auditor's report would be in the warning, it was that...
Correct.
The warning
They're two
was
separate
notice.
documents.
Yes.
Both of which we would be required to mail individually if we do not vote on this.
So you do mail it in the town report usually?
Exactly, but we would also have to mail it
Mail it twice?
individually, I believe.
We would then have to mail the town report to every registered voter, and that is not what we're doing now.
Right, it's going to every family.
It's going, yeah, I'm not sure how the list
Every
got created. We'd have to ask
household.
Anita or whoever does the mailing, but.
Don't need to know for this amendment,
Okay.
thank you.
So you're not opposing the amendment, am I correct? No, just right. Good. So we are now discussing the amendment to Article 5. Is there any more discussion? Seeing no more discussion, I believe we're ready for a vote. All those in favor of amended Article 5, please indicate your support by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please indicate by saying no. It appears that the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Article 5 is passed.
No, that was a vote to amend the
That was the
article.
amendment.
Yet
And
now
now
we
we're
need to
going to do
vote
it.
on the
Okay,
article.
great. Now we'll get to it. Okay. So now we'll
Right, Tom? Tom, that's correct? Yes.
That's correct. Okay. So now we are voting the main motion, which is Article 5, to see if the town will vote to provide notice of the availability of the auditor's annual report and annual warning by publication in the newspaper of record. all public posting locations and the municipal website at least 30 days before the annual meeting in lieu of mailing or otherwise distributing the report to the voters of the town pursuant to 24 VSA subsection 1682. We are now voting on the article itself. All those in favor of the article, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please indicate by saying no. It appears that the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Article 5 is passed. Great. We will now move to Article 6, to elect the trustees of the Putney Public Library for the 3 seats that will expire in March of 2016. Is there someone here who wishes to move this motion?
Apparently there is not a representative of the library, so I am going to move the article to elect the trustees of the Putney Public Library for the 3 seats that will expire in March of 2016. We have 2 of those names here. Would you like me to add those?
Yes, please.
Yes, okay. So I'd like to move that we elect the trustees of Putney Public Library that will expire in March 2016. Janice Baldwin and Maggie Smith. And there was a 3rd candidate, regretfully withdrew last night, so there will be just the 2 moved for this slate.
Do we have a second on this motion? Kate Dodge. All right, we are ready for discussion of Article 6. Is there anybody who wishes to speak to this?
The only thing I'd like to say is that does leave us with an opening. If anybody is interested, please feel free to be in touch with the library folks.
We have a question from the back on the left, for the runners.
This month?
Yeah, they're for the seats that expire.
The seats that expire this month, these are the replacements.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments, concerns? Yes.
Laura Campbell, are the nominees present? And would they stand up if they are?
Would any of the people nominated for the library trustees please stand up? Absent. Any other questions?
Janice Baldwin and Maggie Smith.
If there is no more discussion, oh, here we go.
Lisa Papazian, so the third position will be appointed at some later point then?
Yes.
Okay. So we're going to move forward on a vote now for Article 6 to elect the trustees of the Putney Public Library for the 3 seats that will expire in March 2016. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say no. It appears that the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Article 6 is passed. We will now move to Article 7, to see if the town will vote to approve the 2016-2017 sewer fund budget as outlined in the 2015 town report. Is there somebody willing to move this?
Yes, I'll make a motion to see if the town will approve the 2016-2017 sewer fund budget as outlined in the 2015 town report. It's on page 12.
Do we have a second? Eva Mondin. Is there any discussion? Any questions for the select board? Any concerns for the select board? It appears that we are ready to vote. All those in favor of Article 7 to see if the town will vote to approve the 2016-2017 sewer fund budget as outlined in the 2015 town report, please do so by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, please say no. It appears that the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Article 7 is passed. We will now move on to Article 8. I'm getting breathless up here. To see if the town will vote to authorize the Select Board to borrow an amount not to exceed $30,000 to purchase a truck, fire chief vehicle, for the fire department to be repaid over a period of not more than 5 years. Is there someone who will move this motion?
I will move Article 8 as written.
Is there a second? Eva Mondin. Is there any discussion on Article 8? Yes. Question in the front. Get the mic.
Is this,
Could you name yourself, please?
Joan Scheimer?
Joan.
Is this to replace a vehicle, or is this something new that is needed?
We're going to invite Tom, Fire Chief Goddard, up to answer any questions about this vehicle. But this is to replace Tom's personal vehicle, which he currently uses as a first response vehicle within the fire truck. We thought it was prudent to have a vehicle for him that was not his own vehicle, as he is spending a sizable amount of time in it every day doing
Sounds reasonable.
our work.
Thank you.
Are you coming? Is he coming forward?
I was going to say, Tom, are you going to speak to this at all?
Tom, can you come forward to speak on this, please?
Sir. I was only going to have Tom speak if people had questions specifically, but if you want to make any further comments, Tom, you're welcome to.
Can we give the mic to Tom?
Thank you. It was already put in a synopsis here already, but in the big picture, for the 14 years that I've been fire chief, my personal vehicle has never really been my personal vehicle, and it's always been equipped. It's always been set up as a first response vehicle, as a command vehicle, in a chief's vehicle. So that led us to this point. There was a pretty significant discussion with the select board this year about that, and the fact that aside from that, the mileage that I'm accruing over the course of a year is increasing, so on and so forth, and it's just time to not have that occurring on my vehicle and have a town department vehicle.
Can you just comment, Tom, quickly, whether you would assume, is this a vehicle you would likely take home with you, or
Yes.
would this reside at the fire station?
No, I would have the vehicle at all times that I'm available to respond to anything, to respond to complaints, to respond to fire calls, EMS calls, et cetera. In the event that I'm gone for a long weekend or a vacation, which rarely occurs, but in the event that I am, then the truck would either be with the assistant fire chief, or it would be at the station for the department's use.
We have a question right here in the front.
My name is Catherine Howard. I'd like to thank the chief for having put his personal vehicle into service for 14 years. Wow. I think it's about time the town took over. Thank you.
We have a comment in the middle of the room. Can we get a runner?
Janet Goldstein. I completely support getting this new vehicle, but I'm curious as to what my bottom line is. What happens with what's my tax? How does it trickle down to me?
One or two.
Does the select board want to answer?
So what happens when we ask for a borrowing is in the first year, which will be the fiscal year 17 budget that you're voting on today, there's a $13,000 direct capital expense, and for lack of a better term, we call it maybe a down payment. It's not really, but it's our way of at least getting that amount into the budget if a debt payment is approved. And then in the following years, we take the $40,000, spread it across the 5 years. So on our grand list, a penny raises about $22,000. So for the next few years, it's a half a cent on the tax rate. Yeah.
Great. Another question. Kate Dodge in front. Can we get her the mic?
I'm imagining that this won't affect the budget much because we will not be paying mileage to Tom on his car. Was he being paid mileage, I would assume?
We've never paid mileage. We buy the gas.
Thank you,
I
Tom.
don't know about I guess probably the expenses.
We should have been paying mileage.
Yes.
Yes.
Any other questions?
I'm not back paying that, Tom.
We have in the back on the left. Back on the left. Can we get a mic up there?
Lawrence O'Neill. One, is $30,000 adequate to purchase and equip the truck the way it should be? And two, from whom are we borrowing this money and at what rate?
We actually are going to make an initial down payment out of capital reserve.
No, it's out of the general fund.
Out of the general fund.
Yeah.
So the total cost of the vehicle is $43,000. So this year we are going to take $13,000 out of the general fund to do it, and then the borrowing goes forward. The borrowing, typically we go to as local a bank as we can. We often borrow from Chittenden, sometimes from Merchants, TD, et cetera. And the interest rates tend to be very favorable for municipalities. Right now, they're running ballpark 2%, a little bit less, I believe, so it's pretty favorable.
Other questions or comments? It appears that we're ready for a vote. We are now voting on Article 8, to see if the town will vote to authorize the select board to borrow an amount not to exceed $30,000 to purchase a truck, fire chief vehicle, for the fire department to be repaid over a period of not more than 5 years. All those in favor of Article 8, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. It appears that the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and Article 8 is passed. We are now moving on to Article 9, to see if the town will vote to authorize the select board to borrow an amount not to exceed $100,000 to purchase a dump truck for the highway department, to be repaid over a period of not more than 5 years. Is there someone to move this article?
I'd like to move the article as read.
Is there a second? Eva, second. We are now discussing Article 9. Does somebody from the select board want to speak to this?
Brian Harlow, the highway superintendent, is here. If he would like to speak to it at all.
Great, let's get Brian a microphone. There he is.
Just so
Brian Harlow. So we have a 2008 one-ton right now that's currently doing the job of this truck. We spend a lot of money working on it because it's really not enough truck to do the job that we're trying to do with it. It's decent in the summertime when we're not trying to plow, haul a big load with it, but when we get plowing in the wintertime, it doesn't really handle it. It spends a lot of time in the shop, and so I think it's just the best way to go and just upgrade to a full-size dump truck instead of a 1-ton.
Can you tell us what truck you have in mind?
The truck that we have, the last dump truck we bought over there is a Western Star. It's a 36,000-pound GVW truck. This one doesn't have a wing on it. The truck we're going to get is going to have a wing and tailgate sander. It's essentially going to be set up just like the 1-ton. It's just going to be on a little bit bigger scale. I had a question here. She asked what a wing was. The wing is the side plow that hangs off the side of the truck.
And we have a question right behind. Can you take the mic to Ann?
And Carrie, I just wondered if we were going to get a trade-in, some money for the old truck, because it sounds like it doesn't have everything you want, but it's still pretty good.
Are you planning on trading the 1-ton or keeping the 1-ton as also? No. You're just adding an additional truck to the fleet?
Yeah. Yeah. The idea of adding the truck is when the 1-ton will be replaced, we'll go down to a smaller truck with no wing plows, essentially just a truck for the summertime, just a job truck basically. And it'll still have a plow on it, but it'll be scaled down even smaller than the truck we have now. You know, it's just for backup. If one breaks down, we'd have it.
I just want to add
one more question.
No, go ahead.
Lisa Papazian, so I'm looking at page 20, and maybe I shouldn't be, but the new dump truck line says estimated cost 150, and the article says 100. So could you explain?
So a couple things. The first thing I wanted to say was that one of the things that we did when looking at the capital plan this year, which is on page 20, is the 1-ton that we're talking about was due to be replaced this year. So in the discussion of rearranging the capital plan, trying to make some things last a little longer, and also looking out a few years of a possible hire of another person, because the sidewalk project that's coming in, I think we've had this discussion at previous town meetings, that there's going to be a need for more personnel to help manage some of the things we have going on in the highway. So purchasing that dump truck right now, putting off the 1-ton for a couple years, replacing it with a lesser size truck will help us plan for all of that. So that was part of the discussion too. As far as the 150, the 50,000 is the same, the other 50,000 that we're going to need. It's the same premise of what we were talking about as a down payment. So if in the highway budget this year, there's a $50,000 direct capital expense line. So we'll put a $50,000 down payment on, and we'll finance the rest of it over 5 years. Is that?
Other questions, comments, concerns? It looks like we're ready to vote. We are now voting on Article 9, to see if the town will vote to authorize the Select Board to borrow an amount not to exceed $100,000 to purchase a dump truck for the Highway Department to be repaid over a period of not more than 5 years. All those in favor of Article 9, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed, please say no. It appears that the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and Article 9 is passed. We are now moving on to Article 10. To see if the town will vote to authorize the Select Board to spend up to $25,000 from the Capital Reserve Fund for necessary town hall repairs. Would someone like to move this article?
Yes, I'll move Article 10 as written. I believe there's a handout.
Is there a second on Article 10?
Okay.
In the back. Can you say your name? Thank you. We are now discussing Article 10. Any questions? Comments? Select board want to explain something?
Yeah, which one is it? Oh, this one. There it is. Yeah, so for Article, geez, I need my glasses these days. For Article 10, the $25,000 will be repairs that include the front walkway. If you've been there, you realize a lot of the concrete is deteriorating, along with the stairs and the railing. The front and side doors, bathroom renovation, a sink in the break room, and carpets.
Any questions for the select board? Yes, here in front. Can we get a mic?
I'm sorry to be so talkative, but would the bathroom renovation preclude some future golden age when we put an elevator in there?
I would say no. We haven't really. The main thing we want to do in the bathroom is prevent the pipes from freezing. So really, it probably wouldn't change the bathroom much, other than to do some insulating in the exterior walls. Maybe, you know, if we don't do that, we're going to have to beef up the outlet that runs the electric heater in there. So it's one or the other. So.
I just want to say that actually we're working on the bathroom today because the pipes did freeze and we had a... So this was printed before I called someone to come do that. So the bathroom renovations is probably going to be done already, which, you know, there might be some cosmetic things we need to do, but...
And I would say, for the most part, you won't even notice a difference.
Any other questions for the select board concerning Article 10? We have Kate in front. Can we get a mic to Kate?
Kate Dodge, so does that mean we can reduce the amount of this article since we will have already paid for the bathroom renovations?
No, because that money has to come from somewhere. So basically, Cynthia spent money she didn't have up front so that we could take care of this in a timely fashion.
Okay, that's not true. We actually have money in the budget this year for carpets because we voted on that last year, and that's the money I'm using today. Basically, I don't know the cost of some of these things that are coming ahead, and there's probably going to be some things on the list I can't do. It's just I'm not doing things because I just don't have any money in the budget for them as they come up. So.
And just a reminder that the article as written is that it would be up to $25,000. We wouldn't intend on spending more than we needed to. You know, sort of the bigger unknowns in it are the front door project, you know, the whole system, whether we have to replace the windows, et cetera, and then also the concrete. It's really hard to tell just looking at the surface of the concrete issues out front whether it's going to be a $3,000 job or a $10,000 job. So for right now, we pushed it to, we started at about 20,000, decided to push it to 25, just to make sure we had enough leeway in there to be able to do what we needed to. But we won't use more than we need to.
Okay, are there any other questions for the select board? Yes, here in front.
Catherine Howard, short question. When you have work for hire, do you use local labor? Do you have a slate of people you already work with? Do you bid? I'm curious.
Yeah.
Basically all three, right?
We usually, when it depends on the size of the job and what we're doing, but I'll call 3 contractors, local contractors. I would love to have names of more that want to be on a list. We've been a little bit limited by some insurance requirements for workers' comp, and we have changed insurance providers this year, so that has given us a little bit more room to hire people that don't have, not a lot of room to hire people without workers' comp, but a little bit based on what they're doing for us. So, but all of our projects go out, most of them, the big ones, go out to bid. And then the other ones are quotes. I call 3 or 4 different people and find out. A lot of times it ends up being who has the time, if it's something that needs to be immediately done. People are really busy right now, which is good, but it's not good when you need something done quickly. But we try our best to make sure we do local and give it a fair shot of who is going to get the job.
Any other questions for the select board? Comments?
And just so you know, if it's anything over $5,000 for any one individual component, it's required that that goes out to bid. So for smaller projects, we're not required to go out to bid. We often do, depending, for a $300 job, we're not going to. For a $3,500 job, we're probably going to, unless there's an obvious reason to stick with a certain person that's worked on something before, or otherwise, a reason not to put it out to bid, we would.
We have a question on the left.
Deb Stetson. Does it seem like the concrete steps have been in disrepair for a long time, and can you address that to us?
They have been in disrepair for a long time. We have patched them up several times. I think we're at a point, and this is sort of what I was saying about the $3,000 versus the $10,000. We need to do a more thorough investigation of exactly sort of what the substructure looks like and why we keep having those issues. So we're hoping by having increased this budget item somewhat, that we will have sufficient funding in there to fix them more or less once and for all for a reasonable, foreseeable future.
Any other questions for the select board about Article 10? It appears that we are ready to vote on Article 10 to see if the town will vote to authorize the select board to spend up to $25,000 from the Capital Reserve Fund for necessary town hall repairs. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. It appears that the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and Article 10 is passed. We are now moving on to Article 11, to see if the town will raise and appropriate the sum of $8,106 for Southeastern Vermont Economic Development Strategies for economic development within the Windham County region. Is somebody going to move this article?
I will move Article 11 as written, please.
Do we have a second? In the back, we have Tom Ehrenberg. We are now open for discussion on Article 11. Does the select board want to begin?
It's my understanding that somebody from BDCC is here to speak to this. We'd like to invite Kristen Mihalik up to speak to this article, please.
If there are no objections, we'll allow Kristen, sorry, what is her last name? Mallet to speak. Yeah.
Sorry. That is not the way that I wanted to start. First of all, good morning. My name... Better? Great. Sorry. Good morning. My name is Kristen Mihalik. I am the Southeastern Vermont Economic Development Strategies Project Manager, also known as SEVEDS. I first would like to start out by thanking the town of Putney for allowing me to speak at their town meeting this morning, and also thank you for your continued support for SEVEDS and our workforce development programs. Today I'm here to provide you with an update on some of those programs. First, some of those programs include our internship program, our Southern Vermont Young Professional program, and also our newly funded Fast Tracks to Success program. Firstly, our internship program is a regional-wide internship program for anyone who has taken a collegiate course over the past 18 months. What's unique about this program is that all of the internships are paid, so students don't have to choose between going to school and having a job. It also allows them a real-world experience. So that's just a few of the benefits to students participating in our internship program. These internships are a wide variety throughout industry, and they're also spread across the Windham region as well. We've had great success with this program. We've placed over 50 interns, and we have also seen a 20% hire-on rate. So we are really excited about this program, and it continues to grow. Our second program that we have is our Southern Vermont Young Professionals, and we define young and professional very loosely. So anyone between the ages of 22 and 45 can participate in monthly events that are hosted throughout the Windham region. This is a great experience for social and educational opportunities. Again, this really aims to attract and retain the younger generation as well. Lastly, our Fast Tracks to Success program was just funded by the Vermont Department of Labor. This program is implemented through all 4 of our regional high schools. This is targeted for sophomores, juniors, and seniors. And this program raises career awareness for students. We meet monthly with guidance counselors, and we have worked with them through the last year to raise awareness about careers here in the Windham region, creating this Fast Tracks to Success program. We are working, again, to design a curriculum around career awareness in the Windham region. We will be implementing the curriculum in fall 2016, and with that curriculum, we'll be going on tours of local businesses throughout the Windham region. This is a great opportunity for students. It educates them and also makes them aware of the jobs that are here right in the Windham region. They don't need to leave. They can stay right here, take a few advanced classes in high school, go to one of our great community colleges, and have a great paying job after they leave high school. Lastly, I would just like to end with, we have been attending town meetings throughout the Windham region in support of our workforce development programs, and on Saturday we received an outpour of support from the town citizens of Westminster. We are extremely excited for their support. This is the first year the select board had us petition. BDCC and SEVEDS went out and petitioned, and again, the citizens of Westminster showed great support for us and approved our article. We also attended Rockingham and Bellows Falls town meeting last night and also received support from them as well. So, thank you.
Great. Do we have any questions, comments, concerns on Article 11? In the back, do we have a mic for Eva Mondin?
Thank you. My question is, and I know we've approved it numerous times, but my question is, with the situation in the state of Vermont around issues of addiction and so on, are you working with the Springfield prison in any way? Because I know young people who are coming out of prison who can't get a job unless it's at Denny's. Now, I know the legislature is looking into removing from application forms previous incarceration. I'm not sure if I have it quite right, but is there any work done on helping young folks coming out of prison?
Can we get a mic over?
Thank you. So one of the initiatives with BDCC and SEVEDS, one of our programs that we are working on is a tri-region collaboration. So we are working with all planning commissions in Vermont, which is BDCC and SEVEDS, New Hampshire, and also FERCOG, Franklin County as well. While we have not yet touched on the retention of the younger generation being cultivated back into society, that is something that we can certainly look into.
Other questions, concerns? Yes, we have 2 over here on the left. Can we get a mic? Carol Westing.
Yes, Carol Westing. I have read and heard many times that one of Vermont's biggest problems is that its young people are leaving. And I wondered if you had any demographics or sense of your program and what is it making a difference, or are you seeing a difference in this kind of movement?
Great.
Can we get a mic?
So we are I don't have the specific statistics in front of me, but I will say that our job growth from 2013 was Windham County led the region, the tri-region, in job growth. with a 1.4 increase, and which equaled out to 450 jobs increasing. So, and this year's statistics, we are definitely on the rise again. So yes, we certainly are seeing an increase.
We had another question over to the left. I think Lawrence.
Lawrence O'Neill, you spoke of the other towns that have voted to fund you. I was wondering what the percentage is, or what the degree of buy-in is countywide.
So we absolutely have, yourself, Putney has been a fantastic supporter of SEVEDS and our workforce initiatives. We have a wide variety of towns that we are seeing this year, more specifically, supporting us more, because we have the resources now to attend select board meetings frequently. And also, we've had the resources this year to go out and petition. Some of the select boards and towns have, instead of approving us to be listed as an article, allow us to go out and petition. And this year, we divided our resources appropriately and went to towns such as Marlborough, Vernon, Westminster to petition. And so far, we have received support from Westminster, and we'll find out from the rest of the towns where that goes. Did that answer your question?
Do we have any other questions? Yes, over here to the left, Kathleen. And if I just got a message from Steve, if people could speak a little more directly into the mic, we won't get so much ambient noise because he's had to turn up the volume, which is why if you think you're hearing voices, you are.
Okay, how's this? All right, I'm
good.
Kathleen O'Reilly Lawrence, and I wanted to know how long Putney has been funding SEVCA, because you said that Westminster, SEVEDS, I'm sorry, SEVEDS. I know some of the other towns are just joining you.
Yep. So Putney has been one of our, I believe since 2014, Putney has funded us.
Okay, any other questions, comments, concerns?
I don't know if you can answer, but I think what Lawrence is how many towns are there in this region, and out of that number of towns was there, I seem to remember there were like 5 or 6 that didn't fund. I don't remember. I think that's a more specific, Yep. Is that what you're asking, Lawrence?
So we have around 10 towns that are supporting us this upcoming year with funding.
And how many towns would you like to have support from that you're not getting it from?
Of course, we would like to see all of the towns supporting the SEVEDS workforce initiatives, but that comes with education and attending the select board meetings, and also educating our citizens of the work that we are doing.
We have a question on the floor, Laura Campbell.
What's the number of towns that you're targeting, of which 10 have been supportive?
We are targeting all towns in the Wyndham region.
Which is 16, I
Yes,
believe?
correct.
Yes, okay.
Laura Campbell in the back on the left.
I was just wondering if you work in conjunction with the Windham County Career Center at the high school.
Yes.
Good.
So,
which is a tremendous facility which draws kids from many of these towns, whether they're supporting them or not. Yep.
So along with our monthly guidance along with our meetings with our high school guidance counselors, the career centers are also involved in those conversations as well.
Any other questions, comments, concerns? It appears that we are ready to vote on Article 11. To see if the town will raise and appropriate the sum of $8,106 for Southeastern Vermont Economic Development Strategies for Economic Development within the Windham County region. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. It appears that the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and Article 11 is passed. We'll now move on to Article 12. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $1,179,953 to defray its expenses and liabilities for the town general fund ensuing fiscal year July 1st, 2016 to June 30th, 2017. This is found on your town report, page 13 through 17. Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to move Article 12 as presented.
Do we have a second? Louise Garfield. Does the town want to begin with any opening remarks?
Just that we separated this year, you'll see a difference. Historically, the highway department fund or highway fund has been included in the general fund. We decided this year to separate the two. For the most part, that is just an accounting thing. Makes it easier, cleaner to keep the two separated so that more transparency, essentially. And Cynthia might have a few words to add to that.
Like Josh said, it's more transparent. The one thing that really is, the highway fund gets the majority of the money. Is 41% of our budget, and it gets the majority of their money from taxpayers, but we also get a lot of grant funding. So we have other outside sources that put money into our highway fund, and when we are trying to manage that, sometimes those grants cross years. When we're trying to manage it on a regular basis, we have to extract that information out of the general fund financial statements to see where we are with the highway. So for us, it's an accounting issue. It also is, a year like this year, we, knock on wood, that we may end up with a surplus in the highway. What has happened in the past is that money has all just netted to the general fund balance, and we would like to have those numbers segregated for future planning for highway expenses. So this has been brought to me since I got here, and even before I was town manager and I was the finance director. We had discussed it, and we decided that this was the year to do that so that we can have a real separate accounting of those two things. So you'll see that we'll be voting the general fund on Article 12, the highway fund on Article 13. You will get a separate tax rate on your tax bill, which will be new because we have to bill separately. There is a handout, that pink sheet in the back explains it a little more and gives you a summary of the general and highway expenses, what the differences are between the two as a summary, because this is the first year that we split it.
Any questions, comments, concerns for the Select Board regarding Article 12?
And that's page 12.
Yes, we have a hand up in the back on the right.
This is Bert Tepfer, and I had a question about the expenditures for benefits for employees. It seemed like there was a great change in the amount of money that the town is spending for benefits, if I read those numbers correctly. I was wondering what that actually means. Are there less benefits going to the employees, and why is that not, was it not reflected in the overall totals of the benefits for expenditures for the year?
We have had a slight change in our highway department personnel that when we're looking at benefits, we look at what each person needs for, mostly health insurance is where the change is. And our health insurance rates have gone up a little bit, but we've been fortunate in the last few years. We fund a health reimbursement account for our employees up to the amount, I can't remember the exact amount, but to help them pay for their deductible. And we haven't had a lot of activity. People have been, again, knock on some wood, have been healthy. So we've built up a pretty significant balance in that HRA. And so I review that every year, and we were able to fund that HRA less than what we have in the past because we have, I think there's like $19,000 in there. So that's an annual kind of review that we do. The rates for the highway or for the health insurance did not go up that much. So we were able to do that this year. And you have to, again, you have to add the highway and the general fund together in those benefits line to get what the true difference is, because we've separated those. In the past, the highway has never had health insurance, life insurance, dental, all of those things charged to their department. It's always been in one department.
So my guess would be that if you added the benefit lines from the highway department to the general fund budget, that they're very similar to past years with some minor tweaking.
Any other questions, comments, concerns? Here, Lisa.
Thanks. Lisa Papazian. You may have just said this, but where do we talk about the water fund budget? Is that part of the general fund? And it's not part of the sewer fund? Do you just get to, does the water board just get to set that?
Yes, they do. Because the sewer fund is funded in part by our general fund, $45,000. Then the town votes on the sewer budget. But the water fund is not subsidized by taxpayers at all. So it's presented in the report so that you can see what the budget is, but we don't vote on it.
Well, can I ask a question about it, or maybe later ask a question?
Yeah.
I'm just wondering about the big change in the bond payment and how is that a rate restructuring?
The bond payment or the revenue side where it went?
On the revenue side, the user fees from bond, it's like it fluctuates.
It flip-flopped.
Oh, yeah.
When we bill, the software doesn't go into our financial statements with the segregation of bond versus user fees. So when I budgeted last year, the numbers were flip-flopped. So the number on the revenue side for the bond this year reflects what the bond is. The rates were, when we set the rates, it was correct. It was that flip-flop of the revenue and trying to, if you add the two together, they come up to what we bill.
Do you want to say that in the mic? Unless I'm letting Lisa speak again because it seemed like it was addition, but if there's somebody else who wishes to speak.
It does seem to make a big difference when you pay your bill. If you have, X number of ERUs. If the bond side is low, but you're using not as much as your ERUs would suggest.
Right, when we set the rate, we actually used what the bond payment was as our number that we needed to set the rate. So it was a reporting error. But the rate was set based on what you're talking about.
I would also say that Cynthia and Laura have done a significant amount of work in the last year just to get everything accounted for and sort of recognized where it's supposed to be. So some of that change may be reflected on the fact that some people have been removed from payments of various types and reset into other payments of various types, et cetera. So it's basically cleaning up the billing system would show a little bit in that as well.
Are there any other questions, comments on Article 11? It appears that we are ready to vote on Article 11. I'm sorry, 12, Article 12. Thank you. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $1,179,953 to defray its expenses and liabilities for the town general fund ensuing fiscal year July 1st, 2016 through June 30th, 2017. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, please indicate by saying no. It appears that the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and Article 12 is passed. We are now moving on to Article 13. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $825,950 to defray its expenses and liabilities for the Highway Fund, ensuing fiscal year July 1st, 2016 to June 30th, 2017. Is there somebody moving this motion?
Yes. I'll make a motion to move Article 13 as written.
Do we have a second? Eva Mondin. Would somebody from the select board wish to speak on this first?
No, I think it's basically continuing the conversation we had with the last article. And again, if you have this, is it pink for everybody? The pink sheet, the information is there. One thing you might want to note is if you want to see the two budgets combined, you'll see that just to get it in a comparison from last year to this year. Last year's fiscal year 16 was $1,940,044, and fiscal year 17 is $2,005,903. So,
which represents an increase of 3.39%.
There's also information in your town report on pages 17 to 18, as well as the pink handout.
And that's the combined general fund budget and highway fund budget for this year, which last year was just recognized as general fund budget, but they reflect the same numbers.
Any other questions, comments on Article 13? Oh, here we have Anne.
The way I read this does not include any paving of River Road. Is that correct?
It includes $100,000 towards paving. We will be applying for a roadway grant through VTrans for an additional $175,000, but we did not include it in here because we don't know if we'll get it. If we don't get it, we'll pave what we can with $100,000 on River Road.
The intention is to pave River Road this year. It will depend. We are able to apply for state funding for pavement every 5 years for a substantial chunk. And so if we get that, which we typically do historically, then the vast majority of that will go towards River Road.
And can you explain why you decided that River Road needed to be paved? Some of us sort of like it the way it is, parts of it, especially the trail, the joggers and so on. I don't know whether you're planning on paving all of it.
We're not paving anything in addition to what has already been paved.
You're repaving what is currently paved.
Exactly, yes.
No problem then, that's great.
Yeah, no.
Do we have any other questions on the left? Can we get did you have your hand up? Oh, sorry. Any other questions? Yes, Ted Dodd.
Any plans for
Can you put the mic a little closer, Ted? Can you put the mic closer to your lips?
Any plans for extending the sidewalk north?
Yeah. Yes. It's a very slow process. We're working towards phases 2 and 3 of extending the sidewalk, which phase 2 goes from essentially the general store up to above the parking lot at Basketville. Phase 3 is then from that location out the rest of the way. None of that is included in this budget because we do not have state approval essentially yet. It's just layers of engineering and permitting, et cetera, that we're working our way through. We are working towards doing both of those sections of sidewalk, but we are not there yet. But it's within, we had initially hoped that we would maybe even go out to bid in 2016 for phase 2, but that didn't. Well, Cynthia's saying that is possible, but the question is whether there's economy of scale of waiting and doing the 2 phases together, in which case we would definitely wait till 2017 if we thought we were going to be able to do that. But each section takes just a remarkably long time to get through the process. So.
Can we get...
There is a small
Can you repeat
prospect.
the question?
The question was whether there's any prospect of anything happening this year. If the last, what are we waiting on? We're waiting on right-of-way issues? Do you want to speak to it?
We're waiting on the right-of-way for Phase 2, which is that Basketville portion. If we can get that done quickly, we can get our bid process out within the time where contractors are bidding. So there's this balance of, if we wait too long, will we not get enough competitive bids because people already have their work lined up? So we're really in this period of right-of-way and trying to get that worked out with the landowners, basically.
And that's something that the state works out with the landowners, so with your cooperation, but the state right-of-way, the highway department people have to do that, correct?
No, they approve they approve the documents that we create, and then I'm working with the landowners to make sure that everybody's on board with signing the easements. Some of them are temporary easements where we just go in and construct and then we leave. Some of them are permanent easements. So the landowner has to agree to allow us to put a sidewalk on their property. It's not within our right-of-way or the state right-of-way. So it's a process that we're really, really close for Phase 2, but it's all going to depend on the timing of going out to bid. I would like to go out to bid this month if we could. Next month might be a little too late. I am going to call contractors when we get to that point. If I call 5 contractors and they say, I don't know, we're not seeing any jobs come out, then we'll put it out to bid because they're looking for work. So.
Any other questions? We have one down here in front, 2, actually. Can you get one first to Kate Dodge and then to Catherine?
Kate Dodge, I'm wondering how much, I know that most of the funding for this is coming from highway fund, state or whatever, but I'm wondering how much this is going to cost landowners in terms of what they would have to do to comply with this. Are there any costs to landowners?
Property, you mean you guys or landowners in the immediate area of the project?
Landowners who, for whom the sidewalk is going across their land.
No.
Basketville.
I was going to say, I think there's a cost. I would have to talk to Greg about what that cost is, but Basketville is definitely going to have a cost associated with this because there's some work that they are doing on their property as well. I don't know what that cost is. We have not had that discussion of what it is going to cost him.
Yeah, I started to say no, and I think that Basketville is the significant exception to that because of the way the entrance and parking lot are laid out. By placing a sidewalk there would have to be rearrangement of the parking lot and parking areas to the side at Basketville. The intention is that there is no sort of undue burden on landowners, so it's not creating costs as a result of the sidewalk per se, but if you need your property, in this case Basketville, to function the way you want it to, you might incur costs related to that. So I don't know whether that makes sense or not, but.
We have another question here.
Catherine Howard again. Have you discussed this in prior years, the sidewalk issue? I'm sorry, this is my first town meeting here, so
yeah.
I'm not.
Welcome.
Yes.
Okay.
We voted the amount. For both 2 and 3 phases. Yes, there are voted amounts to do the match to federal and state funding that is being provided, and those have been voted on in previous town meetings.
I can certainly understand the issues with the costs and the bureaucracy, and I'm sure it's a total headache. But I do hope when you're making arguments about it that you raise the safety issue. I don't think a sidewalk there is just a matter of convenience. There's an awful lot of people without cars and an awful lot of college students who are not aware of what it's like being a driver at night and not being able to see them. And I'm just really afraid somebody's going to get killed or badly injured before the sidewalk goes through. It's not just convenience. And in the meantime, maybe the town can tell the college to tell those students to wear something reflective, wear white clothing. I mean, they're too young to understand what the danger they're putting themselves in before you finally get through all the paperwork. And it would just be a horrible tragedy for the town if that happened. Thank you.
Great. So we're discussing Article 13. Are there any other questions? Somebody who hasn't spoken before? Tom? Can we give him the mic in the back?
Thank you. So, got that, Steve? So you may have discussed this just a minute ago, but I was voting and I might have missed it. The new dump truck that we just voted on, the new dump truck that we just voted on, is now appearing, rather than in the highway report, in the highway budget, in the general town budget. Is that correct? Yes.
If you look at page 18, which is the highway budget, on line 116, there's a direct capital expense of $50,000. That's for like I said before, the lack of a better term, of a down payment towards that truck.
Which line?
Line 116, page 18, direct capital expense.
Oh, I see. Okay. So equipment purchase was the wrong line, up on line 68.
Correct.
Okay. And the line then in the general fund budget, for example, where was it? I marked it. All right, non-important. Thank you.
Okay. Do we have any other questions? If nobody else wishes to speak, I'm going to give the mic back to Todd. Let's do that. Ted, sorry.
I'm still on the sidewalk. I have two questions. One is, how can you put out a bid for the sidewalk this year if it's not in the budget? The other question is,
it's already been voted. It's been voted in the past to approve the matching funds for that project. So it's already, it doesn't need to be in this budget, essentially, is what it means. And the rest is grant funded.
the other question I have is the current sidewalk up Kimball Hill has problems. One problem is that ice forms over it where the driveways are. The other problem is that the stone walls are starting to lean in. What are the plans for that?
The immediate plan, we don't have an immediate plan, but there needs to be, I need to call someone in that and give us some training on, first of all, just general sidewalk maintenance, weeds, that kind of stuff. We've got to get a handle on what type of general maintenance needs to be done to extend the lifetime of our sidewalk. I think the ice problem that we had specifically this year was that our sidewalk tractor actually had a chain that broke. The ice then formed on the sidewalk before we could get to it, and it was impossible to get the tractor to go through it. And then there was a concern about if they tried to pull that ice away from it, that the stone wall would fall. So we need to start working with, and I don't even know right now if that stone wall, I don't think is ours. Yeah, so we need to work with the landowner to try to figure that out. But we need to have a real solid plan of how to maintain our sidewalks that will extend the life of it. And right now we don't. We need to call in some people that know how to maintain sidewalks and what we need to do. So that's part of the process this year, because we need to really get a handle on it before we get this second phase of the sidewalk, second and third phase done.
So we have a question down here. Ellen? Can we get Ellen a mic?
Hi, excuse me, Ellen Kay. Since another question was asked about the sidewalk, I wasn't sure where to put this one, but can somebody explain to me why across from the general store, there's that one section of sidewalk that is full of piles of snow and ice, and you have to walk out in the street to get around it in front of on the Kimball Hill side of the tavern? Coming up from the corner, directly across from the G store.
Which is the one I think I was just...
Is that...
That was
I'm
the
sorry,
ice.
I missed that.
That was the ice that I was talking about. The sidewalk tractor broke down. I think this is what I'm...
Okay. Sorry, I didn't hear it.
That's
Yep.
okay. It was across from the general store, and it froze into this solid block of ice, and we were trying to figure out a way to remove it.
Okay.
And we were worried that when we did, we were going to pull the stone wall down.
Thank you.
So we're voting, or we're discussing still Article 13. Are there any other questions, comments, concern? It appears that we're ready to vote on Article 13 to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $825,000, not $825,000, $950,000. That sounds so wrong. $825,950 to defray its expenses and liabilities for the Highway Fund ensuing fiscal year July 1st, 2016 through June 30th, 2017. All those in favor of Article 13, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed indicate by saying no. It appears that the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and Article 13 is passed. We're now moving on to Article 14.
Do you want to break?
Do we want to break now? Well, there's this event that's happening, right? I was going to... Right, so should we do this as part of Article 14 or totally separate?
Totally separate.
Totally separate. Okay, we are now going to take a break and hear from the Select Board. We're not taking a real break, we're just suspending the meeting for something special.
All right, this is to present the Community Service Award, and I believe Gino was going to do that. See you, Gino.
Thanks. So this is going to be presented by myself and Ann Carey. I'm Gino Pomeroy. I serve on the Conservation Commission, and I happen to have been one of the two people who nominated these two people to receive the Person of the Year Award, or I guess the official name is Community Service Award, is that correct? So I'll read a little bit, I'll just tell a little bit about one of the two people. And they both arrived just recently. Excuse me. And Ann will read about the second. Do you want to start with? Yeah. And it's Daniel Hovis and Pamela Covage, the two recipients.
Easy.
Thank you very much.
Up close, like that.
I think Pamela is wonderful, and I'm going to tell you a few more things about her that you may not have known. She was chairman of the Conservation for 11 years. She served on the Conservation Commission for 18 years. She's always been in the background whenever the need arose to protect our ridge lines, our waterways, and our wetlands. And back way long ago, in 1998 and 1999, she actually raised funds to get the conservation sites in the town of Putney mapped, to write management plans for them, and to get kiosks erected for all of the conservation land in Putney. And these areas are now much more used and enjoyed by all of us. And that was Pamela's initiative way back when. And she's also been very inclusive in all her work. In 2010, if you remember, we handed out surveys about your ideas about conservation in Putney. Pamela was chair of the board at that time. At the next town meeting, we gave you the results of that survey. And the 2010 survey is cited in the new town plan that the select board just passed last December. And that plan will guide the planning commission in updating town regulations. So it's an important document. And I would also like to note that Pamela and Daniel worked on the natural resources section of the town plan. Daniel worked with Philip Bannister and the Planning Commission on the energy section. And the Wyndham Regional Commission has praised the natural resource and energy sections of our town plan as strong. And Pamela and Daniel certainly can take a share of that credit. And they've both worked on setting up our tracking program, which is gathering information about habitat connectivity in Putney. And Pamela continues to work as a member of that committee. And as we all know, she's a master gardener. And she and Tim Regal planted way back in 2005 the Triangle Garden between Rod's Mobile and the co-op. And that, along with the community garden, is really a lovely gateway into the Putney Village. And a number of us also know Pamela from her job at Putney Cares, where she's always willing to look for resources, whatever one needs, to help our seniors keep on going. And so it's a delight for me to present this service award to Pamela Cubbage.
I'll go ahead. Is she here? No, she didn't make it yet.
Okay,
But I will go ahead and read about Daniel's contributions. I'm really humbled to be able to tell you, is this good? Loud enough? Yeah. What Daniel Hovis has done to earn his half of the Person of the Year award. In countless ways, Daniel has shared his highly practical knowledge base to benefit Putney's well-being. He helped form the Putney Energy Committee ad hoc in 2006. He volunteered to be the town energy coordinator, and for the next decade or so, he's been truly relentless and tireless in helping to mobilize hundreds of us. Some of the long list of accomplishments which his leadership produced are as follows: green buildings tours, solar energy tours, educational film series, countless energy educational workshops, the no idling resolution, yes, those anti-idling signs around town, that's Daniel and the committee. The Putney Green Bike Project, very Daniel. Wrote a grant to pay for a microhydro feasibility study for Sackett's Brook. Solarize Putney, really very, very ongoing still, and weatherization of town buildings saved us a lot of money. LED street lamps, another money saver for the town. The energy quilt and light bulb recycling drives, I'm not sure what else I've left out. Daniel was also instrumental in organizing Transition Town Putney, promoting resilience, and along with Pamela and others, and they first organized a beautiful, thriving community garden across from the co-op. It's obvious how Daniel cares deeply enough about this community and the planet that it sits on that he doesn't worry much about what other people think about him. He's a tinkerer and a natural fix-it dude and geek who started messing around with bikes and sound equipment as a kid in New York. According to his Google Plus profile, he landed here in the late 1980s, much to our good fortune. Perhaps it's a truck he drives around town that shows it, or his place of business, DOS Solutions inside. Would you buy a computer from a guy who has a sign inside his office that says, use it up, wear it out, make it do or do without? Apparently, many people have, so it bears mention. He built the original servers for SovereignNet when they first launched, and since 1995, his successful DOS Solutions, web hosting, and computer consulting has helped many local businesses enter cyberspace, and he continues consulting in the region today. Daniel Holvis, congratulations.
That's impressive. Where'd you find all that? Thanks. Thank you, everyone. So I have one question. How many people here have community solar or solar on their house? Please raise your hand. There you go. That's good. We're not done. How many people don't have solar? Raise your hand. Okay. Come speak to me later after the meeting. Thank you, everyone. It's been a pleasure. Thank you, Anne.
We will now move on to Article 14, to transact any other town business that may legally come before the annual town meeting. Is there someone who wishes to add something to this?
I will move that article, and we were hoping to hear from the Tax Exempt Committee.
Do we have a second?
Yeah,
Well, Lisa, great. And we'll now hear from the committee. Can we get a mic back there for Nancy Olson? Go up front.
I'm Nancy Olson. I'm one of the people on the Tax Exempt Committee. At last town meeting, there were several questions on the warning about tax exempt requests, and pretty much we realized we didn't have as much information as we might have liked. So I and several other people volunteered to be engaged in that research. We were charged by the Select Board with 5 questions, and we saw ourselves as gathering information. We didn't make any recommendations or anything like that. We were gathering information in one place that people hadn't had in one place before. So on page 29 in the town report is our sort of executive summary report, and there it has the questions. You can see under the committee's charge the 5 questions that we were charged with. And then we compiled a spreadsheet that lists all the tax-exempt properties in town, which is available. There were some on the back table when you came in. It's also available at Town Hall and on the town website. And it has the category of exemption, the parcel ID, the exemption number where relevant, the acreage, the building value, the land value, the real value, the contract value. We found out some really interesting things, at least we thought they were. The contract exemptions are the ones that townspeople vote on at town meeting. The others are exempt by statute. And in our long report, under question 5, we found out that voters can exempt properties from municipal taxes, from education taxes, or both. So you can do partial exemptions and you can do total exemptions. When voters decide to exempt a property, they are saying with their vote that they value the organization and its mission enough to assume responsibility for the tax that the property would otherwise generate. On the Putney tax bill, the fourth tax rate is the Putney portion of the state education tax. So there's municipal tax, there's education tax, and then there's the fourth tax rate. We also found that out of the grand list of Putney, which lists 1,115 parcels, 1,013 of those are taxable. Of those parcels, 71 are tax exempt. And of those tax exempt parcels, 1 is owned by the United States, 7 are owned by the state of Vermont, 32 are owned by the town of Putney, which includes 15 cemeteries. Of the 31 remaining properties, 9 exemptions relate to homestead values of disabled veterans. We voted on that last year at town meeting. By statute, disabled veterans are entitled to $10,000 off the house lot value. We as voters voted to exempt $40,000 on that. 3 exemptions are for houses of worship, 5 are for private schools and the college, and only 14 of the exemptions are the contract or vote exemptions. Those 14, 4 are related to solar and 2 to communications. So really, we as voters have control of only 14 of them. Also, if we as voters have voted an exemption of, say, 5 years, during that period of the exemption, we can't change the conditions. If they were exempted by our vote for a certain amount of time, that's it until that comes up again. We can talk about it, but we can't change it. What else? Right, because they have to come back and ask again.
Can you say what the question was? Could you just repeat his question?
The question was, after the 5 years, we revisit it. And yes, the entity, if they choose, they come back before the town voters to ask for a renewal of the exemption. The one other thing that I'll say is that we received in one of the questions, the second question was, what are the economic benefits to the town of the tax-exempt properties? And we received information from Landmark that said that faculty and students spend about $100,000 a year in town at the various businesses. And that's an estimate. The tracked amount, because of students using their shark cards or whatever it is $78,000 a year. That can be tracked through the various businesses. The other is an estimate. And the 4 private schools in Putney make voluntary donations to the town annually. In 2015, the donations were $1,600 from the grammar school, $4,000 from Greenwood School, $33,700 from Landmark College, and $23,100 from the Putney School, for a total of $62,400 as voluntary donations to the town. The second question was the impact on town services, and in the full report we have a statement from the town fire chief and a report from the Windham County Sheriff. It's really hard to figure out the cost, the impact on town services. But at any rate, in the full report, those numbers are available. So, questions? Okay.
Can we get a mic
Thanks.
for Lawrence?
Lawrence O'Neill again. Do we know, the in lieu of payments that total $62,000 from the 4 schools, do we know what percentage of the taxes that would be assessed that is? I mean, how much are we relieving them of? Are we relieving them of millions of dollars and they're giving us $62,000?
Well, I would say if we build them at what the full assessed value is of the property, yes, it's a huge number. I mean, especially, I mean, I don't know the values off the top of my head of the schools or what we have them assessed at, but we're governed by state statute for some of it. So, and the town voted, I think it was back in 1984, to exempt the college, the landmark, was it 84?
It was 84, 85.
To exempt the college as a whole that was there at the time, and there was a discussion at town meeting of the benefits of having the college there. So the bigger portion of Landmark College was exempted by, you know, the town at the time. But to answer your question directly, yeah, if we were to bill them directly, it's a big tax bill, much bigger than $33,000. I don't know the number.
But much of that is statutory anyway, and/or we've voted to exempt it in the past, so we can't change that now. I mean, we could overturn a vote we've had in the past. That would be a pretty strong rebuke against those institutions being present in our town, and I'm not sure we want to do that. I think that my own personal feeling would be we should be looking hard at how, as new parcels come on and get included in those properties, we should be looking hard at how to evaluate those appropriately and possibly tax them appropriately. But much of the work of making the decisions to allow these institutions to function as they do was based on decisions made a long time ago. So
We have Eva in the back.
I'd like to take the opportunity to thank those schools for giving us the fire department. We wouldn't have that new building unless they, behind the scenes, came forward and provided that to us. Never mind that they provide employment for so many people in this room and in this community.
Lisa had her hand up in front, and then Kate Dodge.
Lisa Papazian, I just wanted to clarify, it's only one school. All the schools, Landmark's the only one where there might not be a statutory exemption, or whether, we have no choice about most of the school exemptions. That's not up to the town at all.
Right.
And as Josh said, the town did make a very strong commitment to Landmark in order to bring it into town, and I would say that they have had an enormously positive effect on the town. That's all.
We have Kate Dodge and then a hand in the back. Jack?
I'd like to reiterate what Eva said, that they provide a lot of jobs, all the schools, particularly in town, and also provide a great deal of income for retail businesses in town. We at Putney Mountain Weiner have certainly experienced that, especially Landmark College. The Parents on Parents Weekend come in regularly, provide us with a lot of income. And not to mention the general store, obviously, all the retail and restaurants get a great deal of income from these nonprofits. So we're not just putting out, we're also bringing in.
We have a hand in the back. Jack?
Hi, I'm John Field. You said that under contract ones, there's 14?
Yes.
And you said 4 solar and 2 are communications?
Communications.
What are the other 8?
Yeah. The contract exemptions, the voter exemptions are the East Putney Community Club, Landmark College Field, Putney Community Center Building, Putney Community Center Field, Putney Gun Club, Putney Historical Society, the Twing property, Wyndham and Windsor Housing on Kimball Hill, and the Yellow Barn at Greenwood School.
Any other questions, comments? We have one down here in front.
It's not on there,
I agree that all of those educational institutions contribute a lot to the community. Two of them I heard, the Landmark and Putney, contribute voluntary, 33 and 23,000, but one of them contributed 1,000. Does the town, for lack of a better word, lobby them to increase their voluntary contributions?
We do. We renegotiate periodically. It's currently every 5 years, I believe. But that reflects the size. I mean, the grammar school is a small institution with a, sorry.
Can we get the mic?
I believe, at least when I was paying the bill from the grammar school, that's a $1,600 contribution. And that originally came from when we were solicited amongst all the schools. It was presented to us by our portion of the property that the school owned, and basically that would be the money that was provided for the new fire station and the emergency services that were being built. And it has gone up from, I think it was originally $1,000 to $1,600. And every 3 to 5 years, we've been solicited again.
Right. And I would just say that those numbers are proportional. I mean, if you look at use of services, volume of real estate they own, number of people involved, et cetera, we don't have an exact formula for it, but it was arrived at as sort of the best formula we could to make it equitable for everybody involved.
We have a question in the back.
Hi, my name's Jody Graves from East Putney. And just a point of clarification on the East Putney Community Club, as I recall, in our budget we always had money for taxes. So is that something new? Because I don't believe that we were exempt in previous years. And if it is, it's wonderful because it should be exempt.
Anita says yes, they always have been.
Oh, interesting budget meetings.
Any other questions? Tom, in the back? Oh, sorry. I've recognized Tom, so it'll go to Tom, and then it'll go to Alice. Oh, can we wait for the mic?
Thanks. We were confronted last year with this request from Landmark, and with several requests, yes. And this came out of a lot of confusion on the floor about what these exemptions cost the town and how many we can afford. So I want to really thank the committee for a lot of hard work, for sure. I'd like to also, I'm not sure, now that we have this information, I'm not sure how we want to proceed with it, because these requests will come again. And I don't know that a town policy would be flexible enough to deal with each individual request. On the other hand, I want to sort of, I guess, just encourage us to think about it. What Josh said, when we make a decision, it has far-reaching consequences. We don't just make decisions for that year. And the reality is that to rescind a decision to provide an exemption is very difficult on many levels. So I'm not sure, now that we have this terrific information, what we'll do with it when we are next faced with a request. But I guess we need to really think as a town about the balance between the tax base, the wonderful resources that these schools and other organizations provide to the town, and just what all of those balances are. I'm not weighing in on any direction, but each time we face one of these decisions, it's a difficult one, and to have some guidelines for it might be helpful for us. That's.
So, Alice?
I think that I would just say that when this will become valuable really is when the next time it comes up. And we haven't yet arrived at a decision whether to create policy as a result of this, which I think we'll be discussing over the next sort of 6 months to a year, but more to have available to us the information that we need in order to be thoughtful about a policy if it were to be, and or just explanation at future town meetings of where the money has been going, is going, et cetera, that otherwise might be generated from these. So. But I'd also like to just reiterate Tom's gratitude to the committee for extensive work on this. Very helpful.
So we'll hear from Alice.
Hi. I recall that much of the discussion last year was about property that faculty member residents property. And so as the chair of our school board, that interests me. In no way does this question suggest that I'm not a fan of waiving these taxes for nonprofit profits, but I do get concerned when I see property taxes raising so significantly homestead rates. You know, there are many residences in the town of Putney where folks don't pay property taxes. So, and there's a logical reason behind that, but it is complicated. And I'm wondering if you've looked at that proportion of how much of those taxes are not being waived. I'm talking about faculty housing, and in no way am I suggesting an opinion, just an interest.
The third question was, does the use of the property fit tax-exempt guidelines, or are there other compelling reasons to exempt the property? And when we looked into not being any of us lawyers, but when we looked into it, it's Title 32, subsection 3802, paragraph 4, that discusses real and personal estate granted, sequestered, or used for public, pious, or charitable uses. And there's a whole list of properties that are exempt under that statute. And then there's what we found helpful was the American Museum of Fly Fishing Incorporated versus Manchester, Vermont case, which is called the fly fishing case, which has 3 questions that guide the decision. And those are: the property must be dedicated unconditionally to public use, and that's sort of a broad term, so that, for example, a school that deals with a certain population, that's still considered public use, because anybody can go there, kind of thing. 2, the primary use must directly benefit an indefinite class of persons who are part of the public, also related to that first thing, and must also confer a benefit on society as a result of the benefit conferred on the persons directly served. And 3, the property must be owned and operated on a not-for-profit basis. So those are some of the considerations. Yeah. And
so we have another hand up. Can I just stop this for one quick second, because Pamela Cubbage is here, and I know that we wanted to thank her in purpose, so if I could just bring Pamela forward and we can just give her a round of applause. And I'll now recognize Benji in the back.
Pamela, you can watch the rerun on BCTV. So.
Hi, Benji Cragen. I wasn't going to say anything. I was just going to let it go. It's getting lunchtime. But I feel like this is the appropriate time, because I really don't want to stand up here and deny Landmark if they come with a new request, or the Putney School or something like that. I'm just going to throw it out there where I feel like I don't think we should rescind any of the tax exempt status as it stands right now. If, as I hope, Landmark grows, if Putney School grows, that they will help their community out and just pay the tax bill. Jean, you need to correct me if I'm wrong. The one thing that I learned, it seemed, from last year was it doesn't matter what they do to the property after they buy it, that the tax bill will be what the tax bill was at purchase. So if you buy a $200,000 house, that tax bill will be $200,000 in perpetuity. And so that they can build, a science center on there that's worth millions of dollars, and which would be great. But just at the very least, let's just keep paying the tax bill that is already attached to it. That's, if we're looking for a policy, that's my suggestion for a policy.
So we are now conducting non-binding business, I gather. This is informational to thank greatly the work of the committee for all that they did this past year and for providing this useful information. However, is there any other business that should come before the town before I do something that might surprise you?
Yeah. Meg, hang on.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've had several questions about Melissa Evans having left, serving the area of Putney, and wondering if Keith Clark could come up and perhaps speak to that.
With no objection, I'm going to invite Sheriff Keith Clark to speak for the Assembly.
I have one request before I start. For all the people that bought the tomatoes to throw at me, would you please leave those at the front door? I certainly understand the community's feelings and concerns. Yes, we did in fact move Melissa Evans to a new assignment. We have a new deputy assigned to town. It was not an easy decision to make. It happened rather short notice, but I think over time it'll benefit everyone, including moving Melissa's career forward. None of us want to keep her held back. At some point, she may end up, coming back to Putney in some form or fashion, but that's in the short term. She has been assigned as the supervisor in Vernon because of what she was able to do here in Putney. And I hate to say it, but she learned a lot here. She really learned how to get involved in the community, embrace this community, and it is our hope that by moving her to Vernon, she can instill that in the deputies down there, getting them more involved in the communities, and that's what we're looking for. And I know many of you are not happy with that. You've come to love Melissa as much as we all do in my office, and it was never my intent to hurt the town of Putney. I think it's a bit interesting. When we first asked Melissa over 7 years ago to come to Putney, there were people in this community that thought she didn't have enough experience, that she wasn't a good fit because she didn't know anything about the town. And now 7 years later, when I move her, you're ready to hang me. Please understand, I do appreciate your input, and I'm glad that she has done such a phenomenal job. And if you would, please join me in giving her a round of applause. And I'd be happy to take questions. And standing in the back, if I actually could have Deputy Parro come up. So this is Deputy Josh Parro. Josh has been assigned here to Putney. Some of you may have already met him. I know he spent some time at the schools already. Someone said they had lunch the other day, or he had lunch with the kids. I'm looking at his age, wondering how anybody even knew. Yes, Josh is a little younger than some of us. That does not mean that he's not qualified for the job. He'll be learning every day like we all do, but I think you're going to find that he's a good fit for the community. If you haven't already met him, please meet him at lunchtime. And again, if you have any other questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Great, thank you very much. Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Is there any other non-binding business?
Is this a time when we can talk?
Yep.
Okay, informational stuff?
Yeah, you can
Okay.
pose questions to the town or to the
Okay.
assembly. Could you identify yourself?
I'm Janet Goldstein,
Uh-huh.
and I've been a member of an online group called Front Porch Forum. They're a group out of Burlington that started for communities to stay in touch with one another, and there's been success with this throughout the state of Vermont. It's a Vermont thing. There are a lot of Putney people who are already on Front Porch Forum, and it's just a way for people to stay in touch. You know, there were a couple of dogs missing, and then somebody else who didn't know them they found them, and dogs got returned. You know, it's a way for us to just stay in touch that's not Facebook and it's not email, and, you know, from sharing our personal emails with everybody. But the Front Porch Forum, and I encourage everybody to go and check it out and join up.
Great. Is that it?
I think so. Immediately following closure, I just have a quick thing
Yeah.
to say about lunch.
Okay, this concludes the business of the town for the annual meeting, and I went up to Montpelier to be trained, and what I discovered is that the moderator has two hats. So this is my hat for the town. I will not be wearing it for the school board, because that's the school district, and I will be formally requested to be moderator for the school district. So far, Putney has treated these two as one and the same, which is why the articles keep going. But just because I'm a newbie and I learned something new, if there's no other legal business, I move to adjourn. Is there a second? Great. This meeting is adjourned, and we'll now hear what the select board has to say.
Okay, this is the segue, lunchtime going into the school portion. But in the past, Four Winds Nature Institute has served lunch and has sold with a bake sale as a fundraiser, and they do all kinds of programs in the area and with the kids. This year, the Putney Central School is running its cafeteria independently. We are purchasing a huge amount of local produce and employing local people here. So the Putney School Kitchen will be serving lunch today, and the Four Winds Nature Institute will be selling bake sales and coffee and things like that. So we just like to have you please contribute to both of those. The lunch here today, we ask for a $5 donation. That gets you a bowl of soup, bread, cheese, and a salad bar. It's a great deal, and it's a taste of what the kids are eating on a daily basis here. The food is quite good. There's water available over to the side. No milk, though, please. And you can bus your own dishes, is the way the kids do, paying very close attention to composting, recycling, and reducing as much trash as possible. All right? And one last thing is, please, especially before the town meeting or the school portion, walk the hallways and see what the kids are doing here. It is really amazing the amount of artwork, math work, etc., that lines the hallways. It would be great. Thanks.
And the school district meeting will start at 1:30. No? 1:30. Please return. We will now call the annual meeting of the school district to order for the town of Putney. I'm sorry if that was a little off.
Yeah, that's good. And we would like to invite the three gentlemen sitting. Oh, does Meg do it?
And the first order of business is to invite Ron Stanley and Frank Rucker to the stage.
Otherwise known as Staley.
Staley, sorry. And we also wish to invite the principal, Herve Pelletier. All right, are we ready to begin? We are now going to, before we address the first article for the school district meeting, I'd like to invite Jeanette White to the stage to give us a presentation on her wonderful work doing in Montpelier.
Thank you. And contrary to what Eva said, I was not lollygagging this morning. I was at other town meetings. That's why I wasn't here. So I know that every year we say it's a real honor to be serving in Montpelier and to be representing you. And I mean it. It really is an honor. But every year that honor becomes, in my mind, a deeper honor, because my first couple of years up there, I probably had, 10, 12 votes. So I only managed to make a few people angry. After 13 years, I bet I've had a vote, at least one vote, that's made every single one of you angry about something. So the fact that I keep going back, I consider a real honor. So thank you. I serve on two committees. I serve on Judiciary in the morning and Government Operations in the afternoon. And we do work really hard in the Senate because we have to have two committees. And so we're very, very busy. That's why sometimes when you send an email, you may not hear back until July or August, but it's because we don't have any staff. And I probably get about 200 to 250 emails every day. And there's no way I can answer those while we're in session. So in Judiciary, and I know that David and Mike addressed you earlier, so I'm not going to repeat anything they said, except that the dysfunction that you see in Washington really does not happen here, and you should be proud of the Vermont legislature, whether you agree with people's position or not, because everybody is there because they want the best thing for Vermont, and we do work together collegially. Thanks. So in Judiciary, we're looking at a lot of issues that balance the individual rights with kind of the societal needs, and that includes a lot of things. I think Mike talked this morning about the issues of the DCF workers and the murder that happened and the threats that people are getting. So one of the issues that we're looking at is where is a threat real and where does it impinge on freedom of speech? It's a huge issue. We're also looking at when do you collect DNA from people who've been arrested? That is a huge issue. All of these are weighing these two rights, and every time you make a decision, it tends to tip the balance just a little bit, one way or the other. So you have to be very careful about, or we have to be very careful about making those decisions. The one bill that we did pass that has gotten a lot of press out of Judiciary is the legalization and regulation of marijuana in the state of Vermont. And I know that many of you probably disagree with that, but we took a fair amount of testimony, and I have to say that I believe our policy of prohibition over the last 50 years has not worked. And we talked to kids all over, and I went to the Governor's Institute this summer, and I've talked to kids all over, and our 13-year-old pages, along with the other kids, are saying that it is easier for them to get marijuana. They can go into the bathroom at their middle school, or the playground, or down the alley every day and get it if they want it. But if they want to get alcohol, they have to find somebody over 21, somebody willing to buy it for them, and give it to them. So I said, if it's harder to get it if it's regulated, why don't we regulate marijuana? So that made sense to me. It also, when those kids buy that marijuana, they're buying it from somebody, most of the time, not always, but they're buying it from somebody who also has a stash of other stuff in the backpack. And so if they don't happen to have the marijuana that the kid wants today, maybe they'll have some little green pills or blue pills or something else to tempt the kids with. We heard that from kids also. And the other thing we heard from kids is that kids are going to try it. They're going to try it because they try alcohol, they try cigarettes, they try sex, they try things. That's what kids are. And if they're going to try it, they should at least be trying something that is regulated, that has some quality control, that you know what is in it, and that doesn't come on the black market. So with that and a lot of other compelling reasons, I thought we passed the bill. I introduced it. We passed it out of the Senate last Thursday. Oh, and I should just tell you, there's a group called the Rocky Mountain High Intensity Group. And it has a lot of statistics. Some of those statistics are 40% of what's in Colorado is black market. Teen use has increased dramatically. Fatalities on the road have increased dramatically. Let me tell you who the Rocky Mountain High Intensity Institute is. It's an arm of the DEA. So any of the statistics that they're putting out are balanced in that direction. Sure, it is true that 40% of the market is still black market. That means that 60% isn't, but that's not what they tell you. There are more fatalities, highway fatalities due to marijuana, but what the governor's person in Colorado told us is that they never collected the statistics before. So of course it's going to increase because they didn't collect anything before. And not only that, they don't have any standards for collecting it. So you have some medical examiner out here in this part of Colorado and some medical examiner out here, and they just collect whatever they want. They find a little piece of marijuana in somebody's body and they check it off to that was the cause of the accident. So I'm almost done here, I promise. So the other government operations, we deal with a lot of elections, structure of state government, state employees. One of the things we're doing this year is law enforcement, because in Vermont you can only decertify a law enforcement officer if he or she can't meet the requirements of the academy, like the physical, or if they commit a felony. Those are the only two reasons in Vermont that you can decertify a police officer. So we're taking that on. We're also taking on divestiture of our retirement funds from fossil fuels. Right now we've decreased it. We've decreased it so it's coal and Exxon. And the question isn't, should we do it or shouldn't we do it? I think the question is when and who makes the decision. And the treasurer, who I have a great deal of respect for, tells us that she and the investment board should make the decision, but they're not making the decision, so should the legislature do it, yes or no? So that's about all I have to say. Come and visit us in the State House. I'm home all week. If you want to sit down, have a cup of coffee, and talk about something, feel free to call. Thanks.
If there are a couple questions for Jeanette, we can take them now. She is also around, but has a lot of emails, so if you want to. Here, can we get a mic into the back?
I'm also going to hang around for the rest of the meeting.
And Jeanette just told me she will be here for the rest of the meeting.
Thank you, Maggie Cassidy. I and maybe some others might have been surprised to see the results of a Castleton poll in the last couple of weeks about Vermonters' opinions of the lax gun laws in Vermont. And a really astonishing majority of Vermonters think that there should be more gun safety regulation, not gun control, but gun safety regulation. And can you talk about what might be happening in the next year or two?
Well, I am pretty sure nothing will happen this year. We're halfway through the session now, so bills have to have passed to the other body. But and also, it's really hard if you take on an issue like that. That's a pretty heavy issue and very emotionally laden. You're not going to take it on 2 years in a row. And last year, I think it was last year. I lose track of time. Didn't we do it last year? We did it last year. We won't do it this year. Maybe next year. That's one of the reasons I feel so strongly about getting the marijuana passed, because it won't happen again next year. Besides, who's going to be our governor? Anyway, so any other question, or Tom?
One more question from Tom. Can we get a mic to Tom?
When you make the distinction and you say it would be safer if it were regulated, there would be
Right.
some governance over it.
Right.
And we hear horror stories about like what's in cigarettes, and so are you proposing state oversight of that would come from taxing a user tax or growers or something?
What there will be is proposed in this bill is there would be regulated and permitted growers, cultivators we're calling them, and then retail outlets. The Agency of Agriculture is going to oversee the cultivating to make sure that nothing bad is put in there and that it's cultivated in certain ways. They will also do all the weighing and the packaging, oversee the packaging, and the money for this will come from the applications that people put in to become a cultivator or a retail outlet. So the money will come from that first of all, and then we've heard the difference in projections for the taxes are anywhere from 20 million to 110 million, so it's somewhere in there. And that'll be, what is proposed now is a 25% sales tax. It's not really an excise tax, it's a 25% sales tax. That'll go for 25% first for prevention education, 25% for treatment, substance abuse of all sorts, and 25% for law enforcement. And then, but the administration of the program will also come out of that. Mm-hmm. Great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So before we turn to Article 15, would the people on the panel just go down and introduce themselves for the assembly? We'll start on the far end, please.
No. Do you have to turn this up? Okay. I'm Alice Laughlin. I'm the school board chair.
I'm Ann Beekman. I'm the school board clerk.
I'm Richard Glazier.
I'm Dylan Devlin, vice chair.
Great. And now let's turn to Article 15. No? Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Hi, I'm Frank Rucker, the business administrator.
Ron Staley, superintendent of schools. And Herv Pelletier, your principal.
Good, thank you. And Ted, do you want to say something before we start? Can we give you the mic?
Yes. This morning when introductions were made, someone on the dais was left out, and I noticed that she's been left out again.
Anita, would you introduce?
I think he's referring to Anita. Oh, there.
Anita Coombs, town clerk and treasurer.
Okay, thank you. All right, we will now consider Article 15 to determine what salaries the Putney Town School District will pay its officers and directors. Do we have a motion from the school board?
I move that the Putney Town School Board be authorized to issue vouchers for the payments of its officers and directors for the ensuing fiscal year in the amount of $800 each.
Do we have a second? We have Virginia Tolles. We are now beginning the discussion. Does anybody in the school board want to provide any more information?
I guess I would just say that there's a range of sort of stipends for school board members around our district. Dummerston's 500, we're 800. They go up to 3,000 at Vernon. Vernon used to be about 6,000. I would say that 800 seems low, but acceptable. Our budgets are tight.
Right, great. Are there any comments?
Well, I shouldn't say, I shouldn't speak for the entire group when I say acceptable. I just want to clarify that.
Are there any questions, comments, or concerns from the assembly? Yes, Mike Mrowicki in the back. Can we get him a mic? Thank you.
I appreciate the work of the board here, and especially this year as much as anything with Act 46 and the people that have been on the district-wide study committee. And I know people don't go into this for the money, but I wonder if it would be appropriate to offer to raise that by $200 a year to $1,000 a year. And if we offered that, it would add $1,000 to the budget, right? And as a token of appreciation to their work. So that's a motion on the floor.
So this is now this is an amendment
That's right, yeah.
to the current motion. Do we have a second for the amendment? I've got lots of, Deborah Thompson? Thompson? Okay. Thomas? Oh.
That's what I was wondering.
Deborah, no. Okay. So we now have an amendment to Article 15, and I'm wondering if you can provide me with some language so that I can read this again, so that everybody understands what it is we're doing. Mike Mrowicki. I just need some language so that the assembly is able to follow the amendment. So I just need to determine, yeah? Can you give him a mic? I'm very old school. I'm going to have to get used to this.
It's a good habit because I don't hear that well either.
Yeah.
But I move that we appropriate $1,000 per director of the school board.
So right now, we're looking at the amendment to allocate $1,000 per director of the school board. And we need a second, or we got that? We got the second. We're now opening up the discussion on the amendment, and Benji has his hand up.
I actually think this is very appropriate. If you are an hourly wage worker, like I was when I was on the school board, and all those hours that I was not working, I was not getting paid, it is a public service, but it cuts into it. It really does. And the one thing that I found is, it limits your ability to go deeper and do more work when you come down to I can't give up that much work. So I think it's very appropriate that it goes to $1,000. It gives other people who maybe aren't salaried more of an incentive to say, okay, you know what, I can put that much time into it. So.
Great. So we're still discussing the amendment. Does somebody else wish to speak to this amendment, either for or against? Seeing no hands, we will now vote on the amendment to Article 15. Right? Yes.
Thank you. I would normally discourage this type of on-the-floor changes, but in this case, I would very much support it. Frank and I talked about it would not change the bottom line of this budget. There's funding under dues and fees that we would shift to that to cover that extra $1,000. So we very much support this, and the work they do is really incredible for our school and town.
Okay. We are now going to vote on the amendment, which is to allocate $1,000 per school board director. All those in favor of this amendment, please do so by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. It appears that the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and the amendment to Article 15 has been passed. Now, I believe we need to do this as the main motion. The parliamentarian says yes. So we are now voting on the article as amended to allocate $1,000 per school board director. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. It appears that the ayes have it, The ayes have it. The Article 15 as amended passes. We'll now move on to Article 16, to see if the town school district will appropriate out of the unreserved, undesignated fund balance of June 30th, 2015, the sum of $20,000 for the purpose of reducing the tax rate and defraying FY 2017 expenses. This amount will act as a contingency for costs not reimbursed by the Universal Meal Program funded by National School Lunch Program. Somebody like to move this article?
Yes. I move that the town school district will appropriate out of the unreserved, undesignated fund balance of June 30th, 2015, the sum of $20,000 for the purpose of reducing the tax rate and defraying FY 2017 expenses. This amount will act as a contingency for costs not reimbursed by the Universal Meal Program funded by the National School Lunch Program.
Do we have a second? We have a second here in front. What's your name? Melanie Fletcher. We are now discussing Article 16. Is there anybody from the school board who wishes to speak
Can I
first?
jump in and actually take this opportunity to talk about the year we've had and how this 20,000 fits into the overall plan, Meg? Thank you for being here. It's great. I think this is more than last year, which is very exciting. It's about a third, probably a third of what was here earlier for town meeting, but most of the chairs are filled is really great. We've had an extremely busy year, I'd say. I know all school boards every year can say that, but this year has been pretty busy. Act 46 has thrown dozens and dozens of meetings at us, a huge amount of research, and much work writing reports and policies and phone discussions and talking to lawyers. At the same time, know that I would speak for, I think, the entire board, that we are very proud of the work we have done for the school, and we are able to say that because our job is to support what is done by the principal and the staff here at Putney, and we've been thrilled with what's been happening. As you can see by just opening your eyes, we have a very vibrant community. There's a lot of art going on. You can see from the bikes behind us, that wasn't a prop that just went up for today, are the activities that are going on outside and in this room and around the building with mindfulness, biking, ventures out into the forest, have been pretty remarkable, and we've been able to support that, and folks around the state and in fact the country have acknowledged that, and that is because of our principal, and I think the board and a couple of really key staff who've been excited about the changes that we can all make together. So there are a couple of other exciting things that you'll see reflected in this budget, which is about a $3,700,000. We've put in a sustainability coordinator, which Herv will talk about after I stop speaking, if that's all right with the rest of the board. We have spent great attention over the last couple of years, and you've heard about that in past school board reports and seen it reflected in conversations. This past August, we decided to move from a vendor relationship in food service and take that on ourselves. That might seem like a minor change, but it's actually sort of mammoth in a small scale. We have a small budget, but we now have paid employees in the kitchen who will get benefits. That's a huge difference, and they're Putney residents. So I can't stress what a difference that is, and that is not happening to the extent it should. That hasn't happened anywhere in the WSESU, and I suspect that it might start to happen over the next couple of years, but that's for future discussions. We're also very committed to this all originates actually out of a very strong farm-to-school program, and a couple of members of that committee are in this room, but we felt that it was important not only for the health of our kids, but for the economy, our local economy, that we start keeping our money right here as much as we could. And so we have done a huge amount in the last couple of months. Well, I should not say I have done a huge amount, but the folks in the kitchen, and I don't know if they're out here or whether they're in there, but Carrie, are they here? Carrie Harlow. Can we actually take this moment to grab them? Is Steve in there? Steve Head?
He's right there.
Oh, right in the center here. Hmm? So I'll talk while they're being pulled out. So our goal, I can't remember what our original goal was. It's just the percentage, but the kitchen achieved 25 to 30% of food. Is that correct? Can I take a moment to introduce Richard Brookfield, who's actually a Putney resident and a Putney parent, who is the... Stand up for a sec, Richard. Who runs Food Connects, I think maybe with Catherine, or I don't know if you're the head there, but he's done a huge amount. And if you could speak just for a moment, say what we've done or what has been done, and also introduce, say who Steve is. And
Can we give him a mic? Great.
All right, thanks for the introduction. All right, so first, the kitchen staff. I guess you should all stand up, and we can thank you for all your hard work. Steve Head, Nathan Drake over at the kitchen, and Carrie Harlow. So I'll be very brief and just say that I've been working with this team to support some of their efforts. The organization that I have co-founded and run is based on farm-to-school education and local food purchasing. So I can report, after auditing their numbers, that during the first half of the year, over half of the food purchased, or over half of dollars spent for food came from within Vermont, and over 25% came from within 30 miles of this place.
That's huge.
And just to put it into a Vermont context, the Vermont Farm to School Network has a goal that by 2020, 75% of the schools in the state are purchasing over 50%. And so Putney is really the first school to have accomplished that already. So
Bravo.
Great accomplishment.
Yep.
And thanks to the school board and to administration and everybody for making this move towards independent and doing this type of work. So thanks.
And I'll say it has not always been smooth the last several months, but I think we're heading into, it's getting significantly better, and it's an exciting way forward. Part of this equation is poverty, because when this conversation started, our interest was farm to school, but it was that issue or that wish was put aside because more pressing was the fact that we do have poverty in the town of Putney. About 30, I don't know what our current rate of direct certification numbers are, which mean the students are sort of, perhaps not categorized, Ron, are put into, or identified by the state as folks who are allowed to get free food from the school. So they do not have to, their families do not have to apply for these services. So our rate is reasonably high. Our free and reduced rate is around 50%. So, that's pretty real, and we knew kids were going home in the afternoons and not getting fed. We had, Carrie Harlow reported over several years that kids, the last day of school, came to her crying because they were going to go home and wouldn't be eating much over the summer. So, very real concerns that as school board members we could not overlook. And so for a few years, we've been really looking into a program called Universal Meals, and we've been working with Hunger Free Vermont, who's a phenomenal resource, and Food Connects to attempt to qualify for a program called Universal Meals, which would allow us to get raise our reimbursement rates from the federal and state governments to allow us to feed all of the kids for free. So there are a lot of reasons to do that. That might become complicated when you think about it, but really it pulls away lots of equations. And it's really, I think I'm not speaking only for myself when I think the entire board thinks that that is a good thing on numerous levels. So within this budget, you'll see that we are asking you to allocate $20,000 of the surplus towards this program for next year, acknowledging that the formula is not quite clear because those numbers, the reimbursement numbers from the state and the federal government, are based on one's April 8th. There's some specific day you have to take a snapshot and see what your direct certification numbers are. And the reimbursement to your school is based on a formula. So we don't really know what it would cost. It looks like it would cost less than $20,000. There's no indication that it would cost more. And also, we might easily join with one of the other schools in the WSESU.
So Alice, are you amending your article?
No, I'm not amending.
Okay.
This is the 20,000, right?
Right.
Yeah. So, no, I'm not. This is sort of a contingency, the 20,000. So it should stay at that. But know that that amount actually, when it comes to fruition, might be significantly less. There's no expectation, and obviously, it would not be more. We would have to adjust for that.
So let's open it up to the discussion just to see if people have any questions, comments, or...
Can I just add one thing?
Please.
Okay.
So one of the things to know is that as the article, as read, indicates, is we did in the end dip into the reserve fund to do this. In point of fact, we had already just about completed our budget, which would not have required us to go into the reserve fund. And the only reason we did that was it allowed us to get to universal meals. So as you hear other school districts talking about, having to use reserve fund money in order to balance the budget, that was not true in this instance. We used it deliberately in order to be able to cover universal meals.
Okay. Well, let's open it up to the assembly and see if there's any questions. Tom Ehrenberg, can we get a mic up there to the right?
Getting old doesn't have many privileges. But I want to tell the board that I and others who are sitting here remember in the early 70s when Putney was the last school in the district to offer a school lunch program, when it was regarded as undermining the American family. And there was vociferous objection to offering any form of a school lunch program. So we've come a long, long way, and my hats are off to you. So thank you. Thanks to the kitchen staff. Thanks to those who are making it happen, because kids can't learn a thing when they're hungry. Yep. So, or do anything else. So thank you.
Any other questions, comments, concerns from the floor? It appears that we are ready to vote on Article 16, to see if the town school district will appropriate out of the unreserved, undesignated fund balance of June 30th, 2015, the sum of $20,000 for the purpose of reducing the tax rate and defraying FY 2017 expenses. This amount will act as a contingency for costs not reimbursed by the Universal Meal Program funded by National School Lunch Program. All those in favor of Article 16, please indicate their support by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. It appears that the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and Article 16 is passed. We will now move to Article 17. Shall the voters of the school district approve the school board to expend $3,752,734, which is the amount the school board has determined to be necessary for the ensuing fiscal year. It is estimated that this proposed budget, my notes just ended. Does somebody have a more complete?
Yeah, should I just move the article?
Okay. For the ensuing fiscal year, it is estimated that this proposed budget, if approved, will result in education spending of $17,026 per equalized pupil. This projected spending per equalized pupil is 0.4% higher than spending for the current year. Would somebody from the school board wish to present this, move this article?
I will move it, and we'll have to repeat it all for you. I move that the voters of the school district approve the school budget to exceed $3 million, to expend, different this year, $3,752,734, which is the amount the school board has determined to be necessary for the ensuing year. It is estimated that this proposed budget, if approved, will result in education spending of $17,026 per equalized pupil. This projected spending per equalized pupil is 4% higher than spending for the current year. 0.4.
Do we have a second? In the front here, on the right. Let's open up the discussion. Somebody wish to comment?
Well, I'm wondering, Ted, if I could ask the principal to speak for a few moments and address the budget.
Sounds good.
We just haven't, usually we take a few minutes to
Okay.
give her the floor, and I'd like to do so.
Certainly,
Sure.
if there is no objection, we'll listen to the principal.
Sure. Each year that I've been here and each year that I've had the pleasure of working with Ron and Frank, which goes back quite a while now, my goal as a principal has been to essentially level fund the budget. In other words, make sure that we have the appropriate services in place first, and make sure that any additional programming that we might dream up or might think is necessary is reasonable, and so that we can keep the overall budget at a particular level that will be useful to the kids and also, frankly, palatable to the taxpayers. And you people have been terrific over the years that I've been here in supporting us, and the trust that you've sent our way does not go unnoticed. And so we have one small addition in terms of personnel for next year, and that's the position of what we're calling sustainability coordinator. Steve Head has been instrumental this year, and actually going back prior to this year, in helping us develop the school garden. He's an integral part of the Farm to School project. He's done instructional work with some of the teachers on all aspects of running the garden. The garden itself, which is it's unfortunate that it's kind of below eye level when you drive by at the street. It's pretty expansive and it's growing. We hope that this year we'll be making a gradual transition over this year and next year to be able to switch its focus from sort of a classroom hobby garden where, you know, if you're a fourth grade teacher and you think you want a raised bed, you put your hand up and we make that happen for you. We're still going to have that, but we're also going to have a more of a crop producing environment down there. So for example, this year we had a little foray with potatoes, and if you read my report in the town report, we just finished just a couple of weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, I think we finished the last of the 200 pounds of potatoes that the kids planted and harvested from our very own garden. So, to get to Steve Head, it seemed to me and others involved in the Farm to School project that it would be really important if we were to continue to support the ethos behind the Farm to School project, that we would need someone who could help us, who has experience, who could help us coordinate the many aspects of the Farm to School project that need help. And that includes, as I said, the maintenance of the garden, working with classroom teachers on developing instructional materials and curriculum, et cetera, et cetera. So that's why we've decided to go with a part-time part-time sustainability coordinator for next year, and that's why that's in the budget.
Any questions, comments, or concerns? Ted Dodd, can we get him a mic?
what is the state average for pupil per spending per pupil, equalized pupil?
You want that explained? Okay.
Sure. I can try to address that question. State average, so you're probably talking about fiscal year 16, the present year. I believe it's about 14,500. It is significantly lower than what you see in the proposed budget and in the current budget.
Other questions? Yes. Josh Laughlin, can we get him a mic?
Thank you, Josh Laughlin. Just wondering whether that would represent us incurring any penalties or other expenses as related to our level of per student.
Yes, good question. And if you looked in your town report on page 53, that is where it's a fairly difficult document to read, but to boil it down for you, the board was very aware of the cap that would trigger a penalty in an additional tax. And on that document, you'll see that the penalty was $17,075, and this budget, including what's been discussed with the additional expenses, is $17,025. So we're under the cap. Yep.
Other questions? We have one in the back. Laura Campbell.
Thank you, Laura Campbell. I'm just wondering what the school population is doing. Is it increasing in number? I would predict that it's dropping a little. So that's my question.
Yeah, so right now, the school population pre-K through 8 is 173. It has dropped a little bit during my time here. When I first got here 6 years ago, it was about 180. So at 173, we're a little low. However, the silver lining in the enrollment picture is that the preschool continues at a robust pace. And I can tell you that for next year, it's already enrolled to capacity with 4-year-olds, kids who will be 4 years old by September 1st. So we'll have 16 kids in our preschool program for next year. So that's very encouraging. Yeah.
Thank you. We should point out that we now have a pre-K program.
That's right.
So numbers are dramatically dropping. Well, dropping. Some people might think it's dramatic. So across the WSESU since about 2002 or over the last 10 years or so, they've dropped 23%. And you'll see that reflected in your property taxes.
We have a question up front. Kate Dodge. On the right, can you get her a mic?
I don't know if this is the appropriate time for this. Can you hear me? But I was hoping someone would give a little explanation of Act 46 and how it might impact us. Sorry to open up a can of worms, but...
I think I would recommend that will be at the end,
Okay.
Meg. Yep.
Mm-hmm. Any other questions on Article 17? We have two over here, Maggie Cassidy and then Lawrence on the left.
Maggie Cassidy. It seems to me that the question of enrollment is related to the announcement this morning about the Development Review Board meeting on March 31st about housing units, mixed housing units being built on Depot Road, the possibility of more housing being built in Putney to accommodate young families, among others, who at the moment are having a very hard time finding affordable housing in Putney. So we have infrastructure here that we've paid for over the years. We have a staff at the school that is a veteran staff that we have supported over the years. And one hopes with the addition of affordable housing units within the next few years, we hope there will be an influx of young families coming in to populate the school. Thank you.
Lawrence, on the left.
I wondered if one of you could be equalized cost per pupil, because when I do the math, I come out $5,000 more per pupil than you folks have proposed. I come out with over $22,000 per pupil. How do we get 17?
Do you want to share
Frank.
this?
Frank.
Yeah.
Sure. Let me see if I can walk you through that. So you're, I'm guessing you're probably looking at the budget, the total expended, and the equalized student figures, and that calculation would come out to be similar to what you are observing. However, the state tax, school property tax rates are prescribed by Act 68, and this document that we have in the town report, page 53, it essentially interprets the statutes and codifies it in, even though they're small, it's a very small font. If we take the time, we can take a few minutes now to illustrate the calculation of the tax rate. So what we're looking at is on page 53, the proposed budget by the school board, which is this $3,752,000. So that's what has been warned as the article. So the major thing that's missing when we go to just do a kind of a common sense calculation, which is the total budget divided by the number of kids, the very first significant departure from that methodology is what you see on this line 10. $640,000 is being removed from the proposed budget. The $640,000 is revenue, and it's a revenue that is associated with various reimbursements to the school district, but they're not directly related to school property tax sources of funds. And so again, I'm now jumping over to page 44. It's the revenue proposal for the school district. And that's where the $640,000 comes from. So in fiscal year 17, in the various columns you see there, we have revenue such as tuition income $15,000, and so on. The largest number there, other than the number that does set the tax rate, is $366,000. In special education, it says intensive service grant. That's another form of reimbursement. So what the state formula does is it takes the proposed budget and it subtracts these revenue sources. If you added all of those revenue sources up, you would come up to that $640,000. So when we come back to page 53, now we do the calculation that you were doing, which is a net spending of $3,112,000 divided by the 182 equalized students is going to give you the $17,025. And then we see that being compared to the threshold of $17,075. We're approximately $50 below the cap per student, and I hope that explains the calculation. Okay.
Any more questions, comments, concerns? Over there to the far left, can we get a mic?
Mark Bobrow. Other than the sustainability coordinator, could you talk about staffing in the school in general, given the decrease in students, or just the overall picture?
I'm sorry, I didn't really understand the question.
Staffing. We see the dollars, but
Oh, yeah.
staffing in general in the schools, are there any changes other than the sustainability coordinator that we've talked about?
Okay. Well, we've got a couple of retirements coming up. Alice mentioned that. Mike Beardsley and Rosemary Remillard, longtime folks in the, Rosemary started out, I believe, as a third grade teacher. She's most recently been academic support. Mike has been a fourth grade teacher for a number of years. They're both retiring. And then we've had a resignation. There will be a commensurate reduction in the salaries, because just statistically speaking, it's highly likely that when you hire a replacement or you put someone else into a spot that another teacher has had, in either case you'll probably be reducing the amount, that you pay. These people obviously have been veterans and they're at the top of the salary scale. We don't have a definitive plan yet. I have a few draft ideas about what we're going to do with fourth grade in terms of a teacher, whether we're going to pull somebody from in-house or whether we're going to look outside, but that's basically the picture. Yeah.
Any other questions, comments, concerns? Tom? Tom has spoken once, but it appears there's nobody else waiting to speak.
The meeting alive. So I asked Alice this question earlier. My understanding was that the authority to tax comes from the phrase raise, and then it's appropriate. So could you explain the change in wording this year?
So I can say that it's from the statute. That has changed, and Frank will be savvy enough to address that.
Okay, yeah, so this again is part of Act 46, and it was prescriptive language. We did get a number of calls from folks at the town office saying, and moderators saying, geez, this is unfamiliar, why are we doing this? And the answer is that it was part of the language of the state statute within Act 46 that passed, which would be effective for this fiscal year for the first time. So that's the origins of it, and the intent is to essentially mirror what the illustration that this gentleman just asked for, in terms of helping the voter evaluate whether the board was within the cap that was contemplated by the legislature. Now, subsequent to when the board developed the budget, there was an amendment to Act 46, but it didn't affect our calculations. While we're on the topic, I do want to just point out, we may have already mentioned it, but as part of the tax calculation, which starts with this cost per student, we end up at the bottom of the page at $1.71 proposed tax rate, which is down 4.2% from the current tax rate. So just wanted to make sure we had that context as we go through our discussion. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments, or concerns? Susan Hesse in the front.
I noticed that the line item for library books, which is on page 47, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 lines down, has fluctuated over the past few years from 3,000 in 2015, budgeted with an actual of 2,000, then back up in the 2016 year to 3,000, and then a proposed fall of $1,000 again. My memory from a past town meeting, I think, is that the new preschool program was given extra dollars to develop a library. Is that correct?
There may have been grant funding in the first year, but that
Right, we had...
but that wasn't relevant to this line item?
No.
Okay. So, again, my understanding from earlier in the meeting is that our population has not diminished a great deal, and I'm concerned to see this line item go down by 1/3. Could you please explain your thinking? Thank you.
I could just speak to it. Susan, that number is, if you look at FY16, the 3,000, The actual from that budget year was 2,000. So what we've decided, when we look at the history of that line item, it's closer to a $2,000 expenditure than the 3,000. So this year we maintained the 2,000 with the idea that we'd reduce it by 1,000. Not again, but to be consistent with the previous year's spending.
Oh, yeah.
I'd like to encourage you not to do so, part because we're looking at a lot of changes with Act 46, and in terms of, sorry, let me gather myself here for a minute. I was a school librarian for many years, and I'll just change tacks here a bit. I know that a really big piece of maintaining a good library has to do with keeping up-to-date materials and keeping up with materials that are used and loved so much that they might need replacement. And I think one thing that the board has really struggled with over the years is the cutting back of the library position, and has done so with regret, but feeling much financial pressure. We are fortunate to have people who can check out books, or to have a system where people can get at resources in the absence of a full-time librarian. And
Susan, are you suggesting you want to amend the article?
I am, thank you.
Okay.
I would like to amend the article to raise the overall cost by $1,000 to erase the proposed cut, or the proposed. I would like to add $1,000 to the budget so that the library book line, my hope is that the library book line could go back up to $3,000. I know if we add $1,000 to the budget, it's up to the board's discretion about how to spend it.
So I need to get a second on this amendment. We have Eva Mondin as a second. We are now discussing the amendment to Article 17, which now reads, shall the voters of the school district approve the school board to expend $3,750,000, no?
No, we wouldn't increase.
Well, but the amendment is going to be $1,000, so people need to understand what that's going to look like on the actual article. That would be bad.
Meg?
Correct?
Meg?
I'm going to point to Tom Ehrenberg. Yeah. Okay.
So I would.
So then, just to be clear, because I need to stay on top of this, that we are now amending Article 17 to increase the budget by $1,000. We had a second. We're now opening it up to discussion. And the discussion is?
So could I just make a point and then get into the details?
Certainly as part of the discussion.
Yeah.
Yes.
So what I understood is to increase the line from 2,000 to 3,000, we would say that wouldn't increase the overall budget, and I'll talk to you about that. But if you look in that section under library services, I think what we've decided with the library staff and Herb and the staff at Putney Central is that we looked at things like library supplies in software, tech software, where it hadn't been funded at all, and increased that to $800. Library supplies that had been expended at $260, we maintained that at $600. So when you look at the overall area in library services, it's actually up $3,200 from last year, almost $3,300, up 5%. So I think it was deciding what was really important, utilized within the library services, along with books and software and supplies. So I think it's important to note that it's an increase of 5%, which is pretty significant.
So we still have this amendment on the table for the discussion. So I'll take another hand. Arthur, are you discussing the amendment?
This is a discussion. This is Arthur Westing. Is it my understanding that if we raise the budget, let's say by $1,000, as is being amended or attempted to be amended, that we have no right to tell the board where to spend that money, but simply raise it, and then it's at their discretion that they could put it into new toilet bowls or anything else?
Right. So we're continuing the discussion on the amendment. Alice Laughlin from the school board, and then Josh.
So we did talk about this because, of course, when you see a budget that's proposed to you and there's $1,000 less in books and you're a school board member in the town of Putney, you think, oh my God, what's going on? So this is not something we took lightly, but we did have to look at the numbers, and we saw a progression over several years that budget line in itself was not being fully utilized. It tended to be at like $1,000, you know. So we put 5% more towards the sort of what the librarian could spend. If this group, as we're hearing, wants us to acknowledge that, does not want the principal to tamper the expenditures of the librarian, he is hearing from folks that the librarian should be able to buy the books that she or he sees fit. He's getting that, and I don't think he would cut the librarian off if she wanted to go ahead and buy more books. $1,000 in this budget is not a huge amount of money. So I would suggest that rather than it being a change in the, on the line, that look at the budget next year and see what's actually spent, but not make a change to the overall budget, because there are real consequences to that, and we are not required to spend the money that way. That would be my suggestion, is that he's totally absorbing what you're saying, as are we, and we have had this discussion. That would be my 10 cents.
Great. Josh?
I think Ron implied that you could, in fact, expend, and you're sort of saying the same thing, but I just want to clarify, you could expend an additional $1,000 on books without it affecting the overall budget and therefore not needing the amendment. It would just be a reallocation. But that reallocation, would that come out of library money in order to do that, or not necessarily?
I believe it should, because I think as you look at the distinct categories within the library budget, we have flexibility in terms of shifting money if we felt like we needed more books. But again, I think the professionals and the staff should be the ones to determine, okay, so do we need the tech support or the periodicals or the equipment? So,
well, I guess the follow-up then to that question, and this would be a question probably for Herb, would be, do you feel that your librarian has felt restricted in the funding they've had, or why has the decision been made to spend $1,000 less a year on books than they have in the past? Is that for a specific reason?
Yeah, I hear you. I guess what I wouldn't necessarily characterize it as spending $1,000 less, but rather looking at the history over the past 3 or 4 years, we have a particular amount of money allocated for books. We haven't spent it. So that's the first thing.
So
the second thing is that the librarians never had a no from me. So if the librarian comes and says, hey, I've got this great deal on this particular series of books, the kids are going crazy about it, what do you think? The answer is always yes. And as Ron pointed out, we're easily able to, within this category, we're easily able to move things around a little bit and accommodate. We might make an accommodation, for example, out of software. We don't really spend much money at all anymore on software, period, because of everything being so web-based and in the cloud. So it's nice that it's in there. It's a little bit of a safety cushion, frankly, for the library. And I think that Lauren and I talked quite a bit about what we're going to do next there. And purchasing books certainly is at the top of her list. And I would encourage you, if you haven't had a chance, anybody, haven't had a chance to look through the library lately, it's terrific. And she just put up a great display for Black History Month in there. I was stunned myself at the number of books and volumes that we had available on the topic, and it's really pretty impressive. So take a walk down there. But I think we're going to be fine with that.
So we're now debating the amendment to raise the budget by $1,000. Is there any more discussion? Two? Can we get a mic here? Can you identify yourself?
Oh, Mary Zabriskie. Mary Zabriskie. If you did add $1,000, would that put your per student cap rate, which I think you said was $50 below the cap, up to the cap and incur penalties?
Very good question. We certainly would be moving closer to it, but that in itself would not make us exceed the cap.
But again, we would not need to spend it on books.
We have another hand up here on the right, and then to Susan Hesse, but first the man in the back. Can you give him the mic?
Norm Bartlett. One thing that is clear is the school budgets are pretty complicated. And I think as I took a quick look, the district had budgeted $3,000 in previous years and spent less. It seems to me that the board, in looking at all of these things, makes these decisions, and we should leave the budget as they've proposed it. And I would suggest we should defeat the amendment.
Okay, great. Any other discussion? Susan Hesse? No? Seeing no other hands, it appears that we're ready to vote on the amendment to Article 17. If it's all right, I'm just going to say to raise the budget by $1,000. All those in favor of the amendment, please indicate by saying aye. All those opposed indicate by saying no. It appears that the noes have it. The noes have it. The amendment is rejected. We are back to Article 17. Any other discussion, question on Article 17 as it is written, with the exception of that question mark? It appears that we are ready to vote on Article 17. Shall the voters of the school district approve the school board to expend $3,752,734, which is the amount the school board has determined to be necessary for the ensuing fiscal year. It is estimated that this proposed budget, if approved, will result in education spending of $17,026 per equalized pupil. This projected spending per equalized pupil is 0.4% higher than spending for the current year. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. All those opposed, please say no. It appears that the ayes have it. The ayes have it, and Article 17 is passed. We will now turn to Article 18, to transact any other school business that may legally come before the annual school district meeting. I know the school board is also interested in talking about Act 46, but in the meantime, I'm going to recognize the woman in the back. Sarah, can we get a mic to Sarah?
Hi, thank you. My name is Sarah Wiles. I'm a Putney Town resident. I have 2 kids here at Putney Central School. I'm here representing a group of parents who are very concerned about the resignation of Dan Seiden and the current state and future of the Putney School Music Program, Putney Central School Music Program. And we've collaborated to create a statement that I'm going to read. For many PCS families, the music program has been an important part of what makes the school special and has made our children excited to walk through the doors in the morning. There's no other small elementary school that we know of that offers so many opportunities for kids who love music. For years, Dan Seiden offered not just the usual fare of band and chorus, but also rock band, jazz band, and music composition. He has helped our children develop a deep love of music and has worked long hours to make those many offerings possible. In December, Dan essentially disappeared from our children's lives. The school administration repeatedly refused attempts at communication by various community members. The response from the board was the same. The children have been worried. Some of the children have worried themselves sick. Until recently, Dan's belongings were still in the music room, but there was no word about where he was or when he would be back. A crucial member of the community seemed to have disappeared. Dan was a loved and trusted member of our school community, an important member of our children's lives. not just because of the amazing things he offered our children, but because of who he is and how he related to them. We feel that whatever elusive process was followed in his termination, significant attention was not given to the effect of his disappearance would have on our children's feelings of emotional safety. Until Saturday, February 27th, the children knew nothing. Not until 2.5 months after his disappearance did you issue any kind of public statement acknowledging the situation. By not recognizing Dan's ongoing long-term absence from the community, by issuing no public statement for months, even one with limited information, you've demonstrated a lack of respect for all the children and families at PCS. When we voted for last year's school budget, we did so thinking a portion of it would go to support PCS's unusual Fantastic Music program. That program evaporated without explanation, and no one has been hired as of yet to create a new one. Some of our children spend several hours a week practicing and creating music at PCS, and yet when report cards came, there was absolutely no mention of their work in this area and no explanation as to why not. Dan was also an advisor to 9 students. There's been no effort to place the students in other advisory groups despite repeated calls. That means that 9 children have missed out on advisory time, important connections, and wise advice from a trusted adult for 3 months. Some of these students are in their final months of their Putney Central School career, and an advisor is especially important at this time. In other words, as taxpayers, we did not get what we paid for, and our children did not get and are not getting the music instruction and faculty advising that they deserve. Our concerns and our questions are straightforward. I'll list our concerns first. The lack of communication, even limited as it might have been due to legal issues regarding Dan's absence. The lack of communication regarding how the music program will continue. No effort made to put the 9 kids in Dan's advisory into a new advisory. Younger students are watching videos about singing rather than singing or playing instruments, greatly impacting their musical education. 4th grade students are not being offered an opportunity to learn an instrument through the Ellis Music program as they historically have been. Students already participating in the Ellis Music program and their parents, paying for the instruments, are not receiving lessons. The students have been feeling sad and worried for months. The chorus and rock band, including spring concert practice, were being run by volunteer 8th grade students with little to no adult support. How this situation was handled has been harmful to kids' sense of trust. When an important adult disappears, there should be an attempt at explanation in an effort to assuage their worry and grief. What is the future of the music program at Putney Central School? How will the search for Dan's replacement be conducted? Will the community have input? Can a community member be placed on the search team? In the future, how will you address the sudden absence of important adults? The spring concert is in question. Will the kids be prepared? By who? How are the students preparing for the district band concert? Will 2 practices with Steve Rice be sufficient?
And Sarah, I just want to make sure, because you're asking some questions, and I want to make sure that the school board has a chance to respond.
This is my last one, and I'm happy to share these with you guys so you can address them. And then, and how are these band students being supported?
Great.
Thank you very much.
Does the school board have any comments they wish to make?
We'll ask Ron to speak. Ron Staley.
So I can only address the personnel issue in terms of the process, and I'm not going to talk about a particular case that you've brought up. But I think it's important to note that anytime there's a personnel issue, there are policies that we must follow that are contractual, and state policies actually. And these are policies to ensure fairness in the process. And I know firsthand throughout investigations of this matter, interviews take place of the complainants. There is representation for the staff by the union to support any staff member involved in this process and to provide their response to what the complainants are suggesting. The focus has to be based on the Code of Professional Conduct, and this is a code that every staff member needs to follow. These proceedings have to be confidential. It's to protect the staff person and the complainants, and I know that is the case always. Sometimes they go a lot longer than we would hope that they would. We hope that within a case that when a staff member is placed on a paid administrative leave, that within the building, there can be substitutes and accommodations made to replace that staff member. And quite frankly, it's been a long time before we can even address that person or a person is leaving. So it's a long process, but I think it's really important to note that we are following strict procedures that we need to keep in place. I don't know if, Herb, as a principal, you have some comments
sure.
around these
Sure.
advisories and that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm. Right. With, I guess, apologies in terms of having to acknowledge and accept the process, I would say that I feel that the music program, while we've hit a bump in the road clearly, is not going anywhere. We will find someone to replace, at least for the rest of the year. We've had to, until recently, rely on shorter-term substitution arrangements, which, as anyone knows, I'm looking out in the sea of faces here. I see some people who have experience with this very thing as educators. They're not optimal, and I'd be the first one to admit that. In terms of the communication piece, the kids, teachers were all told that Dan was on a paid administrative leave, and frankly, that was all I could and will say. And the information got down to the kids. I spoke with the middle school kids in particular as a group once I knew that this was unfolding as it appeared to be. Again, of course, they were concerned. They have established relationships with Dan, as they would with any teacher that they cared about. And it was tough. It was awkward. And I did the best that I could to try to assuage their concern and stress over it, but for some kids, it was more significant than others, frankly. As far as the music program goes, the instrument rental situation should be moving right along. It should be a pace. There should be no issues with that. Steve Rice, who's a name some of you might not be familiar with, he's the director of the BUHS band and sort of the band or music program director for the WSESU, has volunteered to come. He came on Monday to practice with the kids, so they'll be ready for the district festival, which is coming up on March 15th. It's a lot of fun, and I would encourage you to go. The bands all play. Our kids will be ready, and they'll be playing that night. We will have the spring concert. I'm in quasi-negotiations. I'm just trying to bend a little arms at Next Stage to see if we can't have the middle school concert at Next Stage this time out instead of having them both here. So this is something that's been front and center in terms of my own personal radar and the attention that I give to it on virtually a daily basis. It's just an unfortunate circumstance that sometimes comes up in our lives as school people, and we've done the best I think that we can to keep all sides as reasonably confident that we have their best interests at heart. And in the interest of confidentiality, obviously, we can't divulge all of the details of something like this. But it's been tough, and we're just doing the best that we can, and we'll continue to do so. I posted the position the past couple of days for a long-term sub for the rest of the year on School Spring. I've already got 3 or 4 promising candidates. Steve Rice knows a couple of people from UMass who graduated mid-year that might be interested in coming in and helping us out, and then we'll decide what we're going to do from there. We will have a music program continuing here at Putney Central School. It's not going anywhere. So I don't know if there's other specific questions that I might or might not be able to answer, but that's what I can say about it.
If I may, we acknowledge that this has been a really difficult time, and our children are students here too. But we'd like to reiterate that this board supports the music program at Putney. We really want it to remain a strong program. We're going to be transitioning here, but it will be replaced.
We have a hand up. Can we get a mic to the woman on the right-hand side, or?
Thank you.
Could you identify yourself, please?
Jennifer Head. I guess my main question right now has to do with the process, and I think everyone understands confidentiality and personnel issues. I've been on boards that had tricky things like this, and it's very awkward. So I don't want to ask, any inappropriate questions about this particular case, but I guess I would like more clarification. And as I mentioned in my note to you all earlier, I would ask this for an administrator or a teacher or a staff member, anybody at the school. I'd like a little bit more about, what is the process? You said there's policies in place that make it fair. What are those policies? Were there people from, I don't know much about this, but were there people from the union at the meetings? I guess, what about, how are staff and teachers and administrators here evaluated and assessed when things are running fine? How does that happen, and does that taken into account with this sort of thing? And lastly, on a different angle, so we're looking to hire a long-term sub. Are we not hiring a teacher right now? And what is the thinking around that? And I'm not assuming any wrongdoing at all. I'm just wanting to clarify, really, and advocate for all the staff at the school.
So I'll answer the first part of that. In terms of the contractual protections, those are followed. Any staff member that is being investigated on complaints, or for that matter has a poor performance review, that would like to review it with the principal or the supervisor, has the ability, and we encourage a union representative to be part of that process, as was in this case. We have a complaint policy that's very specific about protection for staff members, because we don't want these sorts of things to be, any teacher could be accused of anything, and it just, you can't operate that way. So, and I feel like I have a very strong relationship with our union, and so when the tough situations occur, we can have a very frank discussion about what I'm seeing and what they're seeing, and we come to terms with that. So I assure you that that was followed. He had representation along the way, as also as legal counsel. So I don't know if that answered the first part of your question, but that's about as much as I can say as far as a procedure like that.
Can we get a mic, because we can't hear you?
Oh, yeah. So teachers are evaluated.
Can you repeat the question? Somebody?
How are staff, teachers, and administrators normally evaluated?
Yeah. So teachers are on a 3-year evaluation cycle. And so the first year might be goal setting, that a teacher works with the principal or supervisor to set goals. The second may include peer observations, working collegially with other staff members. And the third year is a formal observation process. Also, along with that is a history of performance. So in some cases, new teachers are on a 2-year probation, and in some cases, it could be extended for a 3rd year if there were concerns that we needed to follow. Veteran teachers that have completed the first 2 years, they're on a permanent supervision cycle, and that can change based on, again, history of performance, that somebody could be identified for an improvement plan, let's say. And so their performance would be a little bit more intensive than just every 3rd year. So it's a pretty straightforward process that's contractual. It's in the union agreement, the master agreement, and we follow that pretty carefully.
So I'm going to suggest, just because Act 46 is also, before doing so, there's a person who needs to be recognized in the back. Can we get a mic up there?
I'm just curious, so basically you're telling us we're never going to know. It's going to be always a mystery what happened to Dan. Is that what you're telling us?
It's not our right to disclose this information. We cannot do that.
Okay, I mean, that's what I'm wondering. Is that, and that's always the way it is in schools. I don't have much experience with this, but I mean, it just seems a little strange that we'll always be in the dark. Someone who is that important in our kids' lives is just gone and there's no explanation.
Again, it's not our purview to do anything more than this.
So I'm going to make a suggestion. that we move to find out about Act 46 as well. I know that many people are hoping to find out more about Act 46. It came out earlier in one of the discussions at this meeting, so unless anyone objects, I've got 2 hands up. You wish to object to my ruling to move to the school board presenting on Act 46? Article 18 is non-binding. It's an opportunity to discuss any transaction. So there is nothing that we're moving for Article 18. It's an opportunity for people to raise concerns as concerns have been raised. What? Yeah, so Act 46, I'm hoping that perhaps the school board could first present some information on Act 46, since this will be changing, or could be changing, the way the school district operates. Am I right?
Is that thing ready to go?
Well,
School board want to say something first?
We want to put something up for you, but we're figuring it out.
Because they have a quick presentation and then open and comments. Yes, yeah. So can Eva have a mic? Could somebody give Eva the mic?
I'm assuming everybody read today's Reformer. Is that right?
No.
You don't go online and read it? You don't buy it? Alice has a fabulous piece about Act 46. I was hoping you all would come informed, so we wouldn't be here till 5 o'clock. I'm embarrassed to know that I'm part of this community that does not inform themselves, but goes on their tick, tick, tick machine and send text. Alice, it was very informative. Thank you.
So a plug for Alice. Can you do another presentation, a short presentation, so that people are able?
Should I give it a go, or you want to? Richard, do you want to give it a go? So there's nothing short about this conversation. And I would encourage you to find a reformer and read my blurb. It was a primer. I think they only put about 6 paragraphs in, but it's a 11-page document, and you really should, I encourage you to read that document. So some of it's on the Reformer in the newspaper, and then the rest of it, the entire primer's on the Reformer website. So there's no way we're going to address all of what was in that article, but Act 46 is a law. It's a law of the land, and it was made into law when Shumlin signed it. I guess it was June or July. The law requires us to the law requires us to look into unifying with the goal of the future educational, the horizon ahead. School board budgets are going up. The numbers are going down. As I mentioned earlier, our school numbers across our union, our supervisory union, are down 23%. That's not sustainable. That's a huge wake-up call for all of us. We have severe poverty over this, all over in our state. There are educational goals that are not being realized. There's a lot of work to do. And so while one might think that Act 46, and it feels this way, that it is being jammed down school boards' throats, it's actually been a conversation that's been at the legislature level for several years. There have been 2 acts before Act 46. This is something we've been hearing about. However, we're needing to respond pretty quickly. We're given several options of how we can respond. The first option is very volatile, and it scares people. It's an option called the accelerated merger, and the legislature decided to give school boards or districts, we are a district, part of a supervisory union, so our town is a district, and there are 4 other towns that share our supervisory union. So we need to consider unifying with them, and if we do this accelerated merger, we will get a discount from our taxes over 5 years. Now, in the scheme of things, you might, when someone looks at this incentive, they might think that it's not a lot of money and it's worth putting off consideration of the accelerated merger. However, the numbers are pretty real. For example, I don't know specifically for Putney, but so Richard's going to jump in.
So the accelerated merger gives a tax break over a period of 4 years at 10 cents, 8 cents, 6 cents, 4 cents, and 2 cents. 5 years. If we were to go with the accelerated merger, the homestead school property tax rate over 5 years for a house, say at 300,000, would be 28,654.
That's the cumulative.
It's the cumulative over 5 years. If we do nothing, the tax rate would be $34,116. So there is a definite financial incentive. There's another option there are many options in the system. The other option that we could choose is really the accelerated version, but a little less accelerated, called the conventional. It's exactly the same thing, except that you lose the first year of that tax benefit, which means that if you went with a conventional, in other words, there are folks that will say, hold on, don't rush this, which we're listening to. If we were to do that, then the 5-year rate for the $300,000 home would be $30,339. So roughly an addition, the savings of a little over $2,000 for if we don't, if we go with the accelerated versus the conventional.
So we have done our part and joined a study committee, which is a legal entity. We have done this with the 4 other towns. I'm the chair of that committee, which is perhaps why I look so tired at this moment. I'm the voting rep from the town of Putney. Richard is also on that committee, but he does not vote, but he fully participates. We have been looking at all of the options. We have looked at the accelerated merger most closely because there are there are some good things about the accelerated merger. Because, as you'll see from this blurb, is that we actually have been working as a district in many ways. We are a supervisory union. And so unifying, there are definitely financial benefits, and there very well might be educational benefits. One of the things I like about unifying with these other towns is that we see frequently over the course of a year, we'll see a family come into Putney, enroll their kids in our town school, and then there'll be a divorce, and the dad or the mom will, go to Vernon. So that child hops over to Vernon for a couple months. Oh, and then the kid comes back to Putney. So you can imagine that is not a great educational dynamic for that child. The research is pretty clear that kids who stay in their one elementary school over the years really benefit. There are long-term consequences. So unification, there's an example where that would be a great educational result. So we would need to make within the next couple of weeks, we would need to determine whether we felt the accelerated merger was the best option for our town, and not only for our town and our kids, but it is Richard and my job and the entire board to consider every kid in these 5 towns. It is not only from our perspective. So we're balancing. We have full-time art, music, and PE, and a librarian who's here 4 days a week. That is unheard of across the state of Vermont. None of these other schools have that dynamic. So what does that mean for our specials programs if we unify with, say, Guilford, who at their town meeting debate about special ed costs, right? They have a different sort of priority list than we do. So what would we be giving up? So we have to think about the whole picture. We also have to think that if we don't do the accelerated or the conventional model in the following year, what are our options? And they're interesting options, but ultimately they're incredibly similar to the accelerated merger. One issue that's so clear, that's a volatile issue, is the lack of this forum. if we unify, this experience will not happen. It will be very different. However, that leaves us with only one or two options within the law. And those are, the models are go do it alone, go on your own, or something called study, what is it called?
The self-study model, which really requires then any school district who doesn't choose consolidation to basically explain how what they are doing or what they will do conforms to the law in a different way. And to come back to something that Alice said just a minute ago, the more we look at the various options that are available to us, the more it all ends in the same place. I'll just maybe an example. I know Vernon is probably having this conversation right now, and they're talking about
it's a little noisier.
Yeah, it's a little noisy. Well, and they're talking about school choice because Vernon has school choice from grades 7 through 12. And so one of the things that we hear on the study committee as we approach the notion of an accelerated merger is Vernon isn't going to go for this because Vernon would in essence lose their school choice because we would all either have to have it or none of us would have to have it. And one of the pieces that Vernon will wrestle with is if the rest of the group decides to go accelerated or conventional and Vernon decides not to, then Vernon is going to have to make an argument to the state how what they do right now or what they may modify satisfies Act 46. And the more we look at what satisfies Act 46, it's mergers.
Yeah.
And so, you know, that is the ultimate, as every example that we've gone through leads ultimately to the same place. And there's a lot of movement right now, a lot of interest, especially among folks in Dummerston, to go this self-study model, and we're going to continue to talk about that at our next meeting. But the difficulty will be is what is it that will ultimately satisfy the state around Act 46 when Act 46 is really built upon merger and consolidation? That's what we're running into.
So we're starting to get people raising their hands. Yeah. I'd like to, Josh Laughlin, and then we'll take some others.
Josh Laughlin, if somebody could describe for us briefly what unification looks like. Physically, you know, are we closing schools? Are all the students going to BIMS? Are, you know,
okay.
And what merger, unification, consolidation, if you could just describe those briefly for us.
So it's going to get a little bit into the weeds, so I'll try to stay out of them. And Frank Rucker has some numbers for us. So what it means is right now, all of the schools in our supervisory union, I think there are 7 or 8 tax ID numbers. We are all different schools. So unification would create one, it's not one school because this is a school. This is where we educate our kids and join together as a community. But we would all be one business, educational business, if you will, right? So one tax ID number, not 7 audits. You can imagine, right? Play it out in your head, how it becomes perhaps significantly more efficient. In some ways, it might get more complicated. I question that. But it means that we identify as one group. So all of our, for example, federal allocations come to one group and are distributed amongst all our students. So for example, in Guilford, where they fight about not wanting to put money into their special ed budget, and so one questions whether those kids are all getting what they need, that wouldn't be an issue. We would all be looking at what these kids need. We would all be paying for what these kids needed. There might be, Brattleboro has a lot of after-school activities. Would we bring those activities here and offer them after school here, or would we bus kids, you know, to the Brattleboro Music Center? You can imagine, this is the sort of discussion we're having. Yeah.
So we had some other hands up. Is that all right if we get it?
Can I just add one more piece to it?
One more thing and then get...
Another way in which this looks different is, so right now we have 6 school boards, right? We have 5 for each town.
So that's the obvious.
Right? And another one for BUHS. All that goes away in favor of one school board for all 5 towns and including BUHS. So depending on how this super board is constructed, most likely Putney would have one representative on that school board. All the small towns, Brattleboro, depending upon, there are multiple ways this is being looked at.
There are different ways to look at it.
To look at this, but would have more representation or either a weighted representation, but there would be one school board for all schools, which is another way.
He gave me a better answer than I did.
Well,
So we had first Laura Campbell and then Benji. Can you, Mike?
And I do want to leap in with Frank, some numbers from Frank. But
Can we bring a mic up to Laura Campbell? I can't get, hello? You can run right on up. That's great. I know it's been a long time we're doing this.
Well, this is very, very interesting. So the person called Mr. Glazer?
Yes.
Were you describing the option in our town report that's called REDS for an independent structure that meets the state's demands?
Self-study, is that what
Self-study was the version that we were talking about.
Well, on one page here, it's after the principal's report, and
that
it's...
was me.
That was you.
What?
That was probably me.
No. Okay, here we go.
What's your question, Laura?
Well, I'm trying to read this Act 46, which I had in front of me. It talks about the accelerated merger. It talks about the conventional.
Yes.
And then there's another option there called capital R, capital E, capital D, S.
Oh, and RED stands for?
Oh, Regional Education District.
Okay, so that's not what you were talking about, Mr. Glazer. True?
Self-study.
Self-study.
No, self-study will... No, I mean...
So we don't have all the options actually
listed here. No, there are other options that go under, I think.
We didn't write that. I think that goes in every... We didn't write that little blurb.
It seems to be the act itself, but I
Yeah.
guess it's not. Okay, so I'd be interested in the other options. As a substitute teacher throughout the district at all levels for over 5 years, I would hesitate to characterize other schools in the way I'm hearing them characterized, because it's astonishing what all these schools are trying to do for their students. So I wouldn't, I'd maintain that confidentiality policy in a way. People are struggling with these questions and the budgets everywhere. But I guess what I really appreciate is what you're saying about the single tax ID number. Because as a person who has no benefits whatsoever and works at a rate of $12 an hour throughout the school district, I have to report 7 or 8 employers. And then if along the way an error is made and one of the teachers I've worked for is actually being paid out of something called the Brattleboro School District, it's a whole different, I never know what I'm being paid for. And I've been for years trying to say, it doesn't have to be this complicated. It must be that complicated for everyone. So that's an important benefit. I think I've asked all my questions now. I'm still interested in REDS.
Great. Anybody else has any questions, comments? Right over here to the right. Could you identify yourself?
Yes, Abe Noe Hayes. I have a question about the quality of experience for students. And the comment was made that there's a benefit to students if they stay at the same school for their entire career, and that by doing a merger, you might have that benefit if the student moves from one school to another.
No, they would be able to stay. Sorry.
Oh, I understand. So if
now they hop.
Okay,
right?
so if a family moves to a different town, then the student could stay at the school they originated at.
Potentially, yes.
Okay, I understand. Thank you.
Meg, would it be okay? It might help people to get a little bit of a primer from...
I have a couple people whose hands are up. Would you like to move to looking at this, or Lawrence, do you want to have your point first? You would like to speak first. Can somebody get Lawrence a mic? If somebody's hands are up, I'm going to get them into the conversation.
Working? Is it working? Lawrence O'Neill again. My understanding from all of what you said now is, regardless of what path we take to the end, we will end up basically in the same place because of the way the legislation is written to facilitate this merger process. So then my question would be, for all of those of us who are paying property taxes, why wouldn't we do the accelerated one and get the $6,000 potential tax break versus a $2,000 potential tax break or potential no tax break? Is the accelerated merger something that is workable at this time? And is it being investigated at this time?
Can I respond? So the answer to that question is yes. I mean, we began in part because of the way the Act is written and because of the incentives that are given in terms of grants to do the investigation. We were in essence prescribed to start with looking at the accelerated merger. The conversation is really about how over the last 2 months has been how would we do that, or actually 3 months, and what would this look like? And I want to come back to the comment about towns. There are differences among communities, but in the end, when you start looking at schools and we start talking about schools, it's amazing how consistent we are as all of us getting together talking about our individual schools. The hard part, to come back to your question, is it's not just up to us. It's up to every community who votes, who will eventually need to vote on this to be able to enter into this agreement. And if one school, one community decides not to go accelerated, nobody goes accelerated. So it's not just what we might decide. Everyone has to decide together. And there are options to say you would end up with a conventional if we decided to go accelerated and all 5 towns voted, and I won't pick on any one town, but one town who I've already mentioned says, no, we won't want to do this, then we are stuck with a conventional for the following year. So part of our conversation right now has been about how, if we're going to go conventional, or accelerated, how are we going to get there? And I think part of the difficulty has been the conversation around how to get there. I think from Allison and ours, my participation in this, it has been to really examine this accelerated option. And I think what really has become clear to us over the last even 3 or 4 weeks is I think we were on the fence in terms of what other kinds of options might be better for us. For example, another option was we could go with a merger with the 4 other towns except for Brattleboro around pre-K through 8. And that's a possible merger. It doesn't offer as much savings, but it offers relatively little tax incentive to go with that.
We no longer have this meeting.
Yeah, no matter what happens in this, that's right, that part comes in. So the answer to your question is we are pushing along with that direction for the very logic that you give. I also don't want to, one of the things that we find ourselves talking a lot about is the tax incentives and actually the tax penalty for doing nothing. The piece that we really are focusing on is equity and education around schools and around districts. That's very important to us, and it often gets overlooked in our Q&As because the focus often is on the financial part. Does that get at your...
So we have 2 hands, or now it's 3 hands. So I'm going to go first to Maggie Cassidy, and then we'll keep it moving.
Maggie Cassidy. Looking down the road and looking back at what we've just talked about, we all applauded our kitchen staff. We all obviously feel very proud of what Steve and the kitchen staff, with the support of the board and the voters, have done for our school program, our school food program. Can you give us an idea of how a big board might look at something like that is particular to a school, that the school has worked hard to develop and is proud of? Thank you.
Yeah, one of the things that I think we attacked really first off was what would happen, and I think one of my concerns being on this study group was what would happen to the identity of our school and the priorities of our school and the way in which the community engages in that conversation. I mean, I will say one of my absolute favorite moment of being a school board member was when we passed universal lunch. I mean, that was the meals. That was huge. I mean, we all almost cried at that moment. And we knew it also reflected the desires and the will of the community that we were in. So, and it was true for all of the schools going through this discussion. No one wants to lose that intimate connection to the community. The school is a heart of this community. It's something we all believe in. It's why all of us are here. It's why all of our colleagues in other towns and other school boards are there. So one of the things that we engaged with was how could we define leadership groups within each individual school in order to have a couple things, in order to have better communication that would then form, that would be relative to this now super board that's getting information from all different places, and a board that can't be tied so intimately to any one school. I mean, in essence, we'll have one board member from Putney, and the thought was that we would, and this is part of our, this is in your, Alice is in your piece in the Reformer as well, that we would have this leadership group that would be elected by this body, that would be involved with the day-to-day operations of the school, that would be involved with the kitchen, that would be involved with our curriculum, would be involved with the priorities, the educational priorities of the town relative to the school, and serve as a voice to the larger board itself. And we even thought about ways in which these different leadership groups could get together across the now super district, the now larger district. And I think all of the members, all of the school board members who are on this study group, really, that resonated with them, because I think all of us are worried about that, the kind of intimacy of our surroundings. It was important to me to hear from folks from Brattleboro, because they have 3 elementary schools, all with different identities, all with different experiences, and it was instructive to me to hear how they're able to maintain differences among their schools and their communities. So yes, I mean, I think the other,
Can you repeat that?
Yes, she asked about including different programming. There isn't one of the things that we've talked about, I know, since I've been on the board and before that, was we would love to have more foreign language at Putney. We have a little bit, but we would be wonderful to have a full, complete curriculum. And that's something that, as we talk about a budget from a budgetary standpoint, it's really hard to actualize. It's in terms of the expense of that. That's something that we could potentially get in a merger. On the other hand, there are ways in which each school will, in their own individual budgets, could reflect different priorities. And I think maybe Ron could speak a little bit more to this as well. But there are differences, for example, within the Brattleboro schools in terms of what they do and the kinds of programming they do. And the thought would be that, again, within a certain budgetary fairness, that different schools could prioritize different things.
So one little piece, just because I have had 3 people with their hands up, and I know you all have slides. Do we want to switch to the slides? Are they going to really help? Or because it seems like the key pieces was to get more people voices, and the slides, sounds like you can't see them anyway. So I'm tempted to keep pushing for more questions. Well, they're very small. The print is small. I mean, that's one of the issues. So we've got so many hands up. I'm going to go back to the floor.
Okay, but Frank can talk people through them.
Can anybody see it?
We could turn off the light. If we turned off the light?
There seems to be a disagreement about the use of them. They're so small is the problem, that people can't see the numbers. Am I right? Yeah, the numbers are too small to read. It's not a question of lights.
So, but Frank could talk about them.
Sure. So if that's all right, I'm going to open it up for Frank to talk. And then we have 2 other hands up, and then Mike Mrowicki.
Okay. I do think that that going through a couple of these things will reiterate what you've just heard from our board members and representatives. So even though you don't see the numbers, you can see the trend. This is a statewide trend. These are all of our schools. Putney is in the red line here, and this is the 10-year trend that Alice has just illustrated for us, and it's statewide. It's this 20% decline in enrollment, and when we look at the trend, we're going from, here's Putney in the red, 244 students, and we're seeing the same decline everyone else is. We're down here to about 55. And this is our K through 8, not including the preschool, because preschool came and went. The issue is that when you're dealing with a cost per student funded system, and your enrollment drops this dramatically, it gets to what you've just discussed at length here, is the ability to offer a comprehensive educational program. Because obviously, as as enrollment declines and you have to cover the basics with your math and your science and your physical education and so on, it puts a lot of pressure on the enrichment programs. So that's one of the big backdrops. Another illustration of what we're talking about is the inequity in the programs that we see. So what we did here, even though you can't see it, I'll speak to program expansion, the ability to offer preschool, after-school programs. Over here, I'm just reading down this list. The summer programs, the teacher leader development programs, integration of technology into the curriculum. This STEP program, which is it's a behavioral focus on behavioral issues with students that are struggling, and so on. These are examples of programs that the larger schools are able to sustain, and it's very remarkable to see the level of poverty that some of the larger schools are dealing with and the exceptional outcomes that they have. When we look at a larger system, this sort of data illustrates that there are barriers to the smaller schools in funding these programs. And I just take one more sort of a little snippet here to illustrate that. Again, you probably can't see these numbers, but I can speak to them. So when we're talking about bringing in a new program, which Putney has done a remarkable job with this trend, but it is a question as to how long you can continue to fund these. Here's what the funding formula does to us. This is Putney right here, approximately 153 students. And if we wanted to add a new program, whether it be foreign language, whether it be, we just did the food service program as an example, this is a typical magnitude of the investment for the community, $20,000, $21,000. Well, here's how the funding formula works. It's this simple. You take your new money to deliver a new program and you divide it by the number of kids you have, in this case 153, and you have to put that in terms of a cost per student. 21,000 divided by 153 kids is $137 a kid. The state funding formula that sets the tax rates that we've just talked about, and recognizing we have one of the highest tax rates in the state, this is the formula. 137 divided by a baseline number the state sets for funding schools of 10,000 it's a 0.014 on your tax rate, okay, or $27 a year for a $100,000 or $200,000 homeowner, and so on. If we were part of a larger system, here's Brattleboro over here, that same $21,000 investment is a fraction of the impact. It's, instead of this 0.014, it's 0.003. It's a factor of 6 times less impact. And this illustrates why the Academy School, Oak Grove School, have such an extensive and comprehensive educational program, at the same time dealing with poverty and exceptional proficiency results in those areas that we're required to assess and make sure students have the skills and knowledge to move forward. So this is what the board has just been articulating to you, but it's putting some metrics, some numbers to context. One last thing that Alice referred to and did an excellent summary of the Act 46 incentives. This is what Alice consolidated into a small chart. This just simply illustrates that if we do nothing under the current law, under this set of analyses that have been provided us by the state leadership organizations around Act 60, Alice did the homework that says, well, here we are in Putney at these $1.70, $1.80 tax rates going to $2.57 out into the future. If we work together as a larger unit, we think we can provide more programming at this school and respond to the unique values of Putney. And we're into this bracket of we're still moving up, but we're substantially less. You can't see these numbers, but it's going from $1.85, $1.90 to $2, and then $2.50 doing nothing versus $1.70, $1.90, ending up at $2.10. As Alice illustrated, it's nearly it's over $5,000 in a difference in terms of impact to the taxpayer. So those are part of the incentives.
Thank you.
Okay.
You'll have to move.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. So Norm was waiting for the mic.
I'm just wondering what the educational improvements or value will be to Putney. I was here a few years ago when the board thought that it should reduce the library, and the town said, no, we don't think that's a good idea. We just voted a budget that was more per pupil than average. Will that continue? It seems to me that, is this a move towards superior education or mediocrity? And I don't know the answer to that. I know that the state operates on how do we save money? Can we buy toilet paper cheaper if we're buying it for a whole region than one school? But under Act 153, which I've heard, I watch public television all the time, and I see Frank on occasion, that it's designed to try to save money, but the question is that really something that's happening? We spend a lot for education, but we choose to do that year after year after year. And I'd hate to see us lose that ability. And I'm never too trustworthy that the state has my educational needs in mind and doesn't want to save money because it complains our tax rates go up, but we know they go up because the state reduces the amount that it wants to spend, and like everything else, all the money comes out of us anyway, one pocket or another.
If I could,
Ted, I'm going to suggest
Could I
that we
answer that?
take more questions and then give the school board, because otherwise these people have been waiting for a while.
but how do you address a particular question?
If we get a few more, then you can address them all at once. And that way we can move this along. So Ted was also on my list. Ted Dodd, can we give seating the mic? Mike Mrowicki is also on the list. Stand up, can we get Mike Mrowicki a mic? And then we're moving it down a couple rows, so you can stay over there. Great.
Ted, did you want to talk? No, okay. Okay. Well, first of all, I want to thank the board. They have been compelled to do this work by this law, and they've been working at it. I can tell you the reason I didn't vote for this bill was that the work that's happening now, I think, should have happened before we put this into statute. And what I would say to the board is I think this law is still more fluid than some people want to think. We passed this bill last spring. One of the first bills we looked at to amend this year was this bill, because what we found out was the ramifications we didn't realize in terms of spending were much greater than we thought. And so the first thing we did was remove the spending caps for 2017, because Putney would have been one of the schools put into that. I went to a presentation by Secretary Holcomb in Bellows Falls, and one of the things she suggested was take a breath and go slow. And I'm going to say the same thing. It's attractive, it may be seductive to think of this accelerated merger process saving a few dollars right now. But another thing Secretary Holcomb has said recently is the savings are not showing up the way they thought they would. I would hope that this process can continue so we can focus on equity and how we can best educate our kids and look at the costs, because that is a reality with diminishing enrollment and the costs going up. I think this bill is going to get more attention from the legislature as we go on, because I'm going to be one of the people moving to keep it fluid and make sure we keep our kids in mind. These are the people that are going to be measuring our blood pressure in a few years, and I want to make sure they can do it accurately. You folks are in a real tough situation. You got a lot of work ahead of you, because I think there needs to be a lot more information before we can make an informed choice about this. And I just hope we can continue to go slow. And I think we have until 2019 until the worst case scenario kicks in, and we've got some time before then to try and balance these competing interests.
So the woman right in front of you, Mike, had her hand up. If we could just pass the mic down. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Susan Kaczynskis, and I just have a question about how the geography of all of this works, if that's something that you can address, because saving money by grouping together certainly makes sense, but when you're talking about, how long kids are going to be on buses from one town to the next, just something I'd like to hear about.
So are there any other questions? Because we had talked originally about 45 minutes total for this discussion, and we're approaching that time. So let's just take a few more questions, and then we'll give the board or other members a chance to respond.
So this is actually a question for Mike. It sounds like there might be more amendments to this statute. And how do we plan if we don't know what the statute is going to look like? Is that why you're saying not do the accelerated?
Can we get him? We're going to give Mike a mic again. Mike a mic. If that's all right. I know he's speaking twice, but he's loud.
2 more months left in the legislative session, so I don't foresee any more changes this year. But as things go on, I do think this bill is going to continue to evolve, and it's going to be work just keeping up with getting that information out.
Any other questions? We had, sorry, I just forgot, Steve Head. Right here, and then we'll go over to Josh.
Yeah, hi, Steve Head. This touches on several things that were just said. And this is the one thing that scares me a little bit about this, is that it's called an incentive. They're dangling money in front of your head, right? That makes you want to make a decision quickly, get the money, and not be penalized or whatever the repercussions are if you don't go with it. So it makes me a little bit suspect. We're trying to rush it through before we have a chance to really, really think about it and see what's happening throughout the state and what other towns in the state think. There might be a lot of people that really go against this and really fight against it, and the legislature will have to change. Okay, thanks.
We have a hand up, Ann Feiner. Am I right, Ann?
Ann Fines.
Fines, sorry.
With an S. I just have a point of information. What's the mechanism by which each community makes this decision? Is it a decision of the board, or is it a public meeting?
Public vote.
It's a public vote.
Any other questions? Josh has spoken before. Tom, have you spoken before? Okay, Tom, and then Josh. Make up your mind. You have 2 mics.
Quick
Julie?
comment.
Yeah.
When we were first told about this bill, we were told that this was primarily directed at extremely rural school districts up north, and that essentially we would not be affected by it at all. I remember very clearly being told that. And now we're being told essentially that we're not going to have a school board and we're not going to have an annual school meeting, and we have virtually no control over our budget and diminishing control over our programs. I recognize that the control for those programs will exist on the district level, and that to the district, it doesn't look like a loss of control. But for those of us sitting here who have nurtured particular programs and a particular character of the school over many, many years, it's very distressing. That said, I have not drunk the Kool-Aid that is involved with economies of scale always saving money. The notion that if you're spending money on more, then you spend less money per has always been, and there are dozens of economic studies which show that that doesn't work, as well as the piece that my father warned me against, that when you're talking to a car salesman and he says, well, you better get it today because now you can save money. And if you wait, you're going to, it's going to be gone or it's going to cost more. I'm always a little suspect of that. I hope that the changes that Mike is talking about give us a little bit more flexibility. And I certainly hope that we can keep a programmatic connection and to some extent budget, because budget always follows program and leads program between our school and this community.
Josh, did you have something? And then we have one more, and then I do want to give the school board a chance. So I'm going to not take any more questions after the woman in the blue. Oh, we've got two.
I just wanted to make one quick comment that Norm referred to us always making a choice to spend more on our school. I agree. I think we have a fantastic school that pays, et cetera. I think the one thing that I find frustrating about that aspect of it is that the group of people who are here at town meeting that vote on this are not representative of the people who can't afford to do this. I don't think we should, that doesn't, I'm not saying we shouldn't do it as a result of that, but I think that the underrepresented are seriously underrepresented at town meeting and that our budget reflects that. So, not just a comment.
Great, and we have the woman in the blue sweater. I'm sorry, I don't know your name. If you could identify yourself.
Christine Couturier. I think, despite all the excellent questions and efforts to explain here, I really do not have a good understanding of what this is, partially because it's in such a fluid state. So can you recommend the best way to try to keep up with this a little bit? Is it something like Mrowicki? Is it a website? Is it committee meetings? Is it something on PBS? Is it something that you can recommend for us?
So can we take one more and then we'll turn it completely over to you guys. So the gentleman in the blue, black vest.
Craig Goldberg. Just wanted to say that I wanted to echo what was said before just about the quality of the school, the Putney Central education in the past. And I would hope that the board would take its time with this and perhaps talk to other schools in the other district areas about, because clearly they want to keep what they've got going as well to some extent. So you're all kind of in the same boat. We are all in the same boat in not wanting to lose all the work that we've done over the years as a result of this merger. And perhaps by having that discussion over the coming year or so, you can get to some understanding with the other folks about how we can all do that, how all the schools can do that going forward, so that when eventually some merger has to take place, then people are feeling like they're not going to lose everything in going forward. That's all. Thanks.
So let's hear from the school board. Thank you for being patient.
So we have about 50 or 60 points to address, and obviously we can't address them all. So Ron, why don't you jump in?
I'll take 4. The question about more information, BCTV covers all of our study committee meetings, so they're online. So if you go to BCTV and look up Act 46 WSESU, you'll get those meetings. It's a really good source. Our own website, the WSESU website, has a lot of information that I think is very helpful. I think Alice's piece today in the Reformer is another excellent summary of the process in the law. 3 points that I think address many of these questions that were asked. One, about going from school to school. The concept is creating a unified district. And in our district, in WSESU, we feel very strongly that this will not lead to school closure. We have viable schools in all of our districts. And what I believe is, because of the tax situation, it will maintain our schools, as opposed to 3 years from now or 5 years from now, we will not be able to sustain the type of programming that we provide students, and small schools will have to close. So I really feel it will do the opposite. A second point is, I think the study committee has been very methodical, and I know they will continue to look at all of the options. We started with the accelerated version because there's such a tight timeline on that, but started in November. Spent a lot of time working on that, but there are other options that we're looking at. The unified district, where a single school decides not to join, but it doesn't prevent the other districts from joining together. Those are similar to the RED, the Regional Ed District, or the conventional, where a school like Marlboro might want to join us in the second year or something like that. Schools we have been talking with other schools to see what they're thinking about, because again, it's something that probably has to happen, and I worry that if we wait 2 or 3 years and say, well, let's just not do anything and hope that the law changes, you, taxpayers, are not going to be able to stand that. We will not be able to present budgets that, one, you could pass, we could expect to pass, and two, that you would pay in taxes. It's just not feasible. Third point that, Norm, you brought up about consolidation, the benefits. 2 years ago, we were forced to consolidate special ed services. Special ed is a big part of our budgets. And we knew that we needed to do something that would be provide services, but also consolidate the services. In the first year that we did this, we saved $300,000. And, you know, we had not even planned to save money. But what we felt was we had much more effective services, shared resources, better services for our students. We were able to reduce our student to staff ratio from 1 teacher to 7.5 students to 1 teacher to 12 students on the caseload. Not a big change, but has a tremendous impact financially. And quite frankly, when we're able to consolidate services throughout the whole district, the unified district, we're able to share teachers, resources much more effectively. And you know, that's been our history of that consolidation, $300,000. We're not trying to point out, okay, this is what we're going to save through incentives and that sort of thing. But we have been really critically looking at our programs and knowing that we do have a good school system. We do have excellent district schools, but some of those students are not getting the same benefits that other students are. And an example of the food service, you know, the sustainability, or the, what's the new position? Sustainability coordinator. I would love to see that position district-wide. We can't do that now, because now every district has to come up with $20,000, as Frank said. Certain districts cannot do that and get a budget approved because of the tax impact. Those are the sorts of dynamics that will be much easier to provide to really benefit the kids. That's what this is all about, and to help the taxpayers.
Great. Anything else from the school board?
I guess I'll say that we have, so there's this study committee. We are members of the study committee. It has been meeting weekly. I spent 7 hours the other day in meetings on one day. I was able to dedicate a whole day. My point being is that we are giving this a great amount of thought. And we have actually spoken at great length about every single thing you guys have raised. And we totally understand that for you, this is fresh information, and it's, you're asking us to put on the brakes. But honestly, and I guess I'll reiterate what Ron is saying, yet in a different way, we don't have many people moving into Putney with small children. The reason they're doing that is because they can't afford the property taxes in Putney. The reason they can't afford the property taxes in Putney is because we have so few people, costs are rising, right? You're seeing it in your tax dollars. If there is not an approach forward, we're not going to be able to sustain our programming. Now, so I totally understand Norm's point is, you got to pay for it somehow. And it's valid, but that's very much built into the conversation. I think Act 46 is here. I would love Mike to take a gamble and buy my lottery ticket and hope it's going to work out for us, but that's not, as a member of this board, I can't do that. It is my lawful obligation to be, take a sensible approach to the financial obligations of our community, and I respect that. Waiting 2 or 3 years, I can't do that. So I need to, with Richard and the rest of the board, really think whether an accelerated merger is worthy of consideration for the taxpayers. It might not be my number one choice, but the money is real, and can I make that decision for all of you? If we decide to put this unaccelerated merger in front of you, you don't have to vote for it, right? You would be telling us whether this is something you're concerned about. That's the democratic process. I would be surprised if all 5 towns voted for an accelerated merger if it was put forward. There is a lot of concern, right? A lot of concern about losing town meeting. Guys, we're gonna lose town meeting, I suspect. I would love not to lose town meeting, but if this act keeps going and it's not significantly changed, and there's absolutely no indication on any platform that the law is going to change to that degree, we will lose town meeting, because being independent is just not sustainable financially. We will look at those numbers in depth, but it is hard for us to sustain the program right now. And that's, for me as a member, looking at all of these options, I have to respect that. So I just wanted to say that. We cannot sustain the exceptional programming that we offer our children in the future unless something dramatic happens.
And Richard, did you want to jump in? Or?
Maybe just one thing. The disheartening moment for me was when Alice, basically what Alice just said, was to realize at the heart of this act is the loss of the town meeting component. Is that the consolidation piece, no matter which version you go to, means you end up with a consolidated board and a consolidated across towns.
Do you all want to just clarify that you're also saying the lack of a school district meeting as opposed to town meeting, because town business would still take place?
Right.
Town meeting would not go away. School district meeting would change.
This would go away.
Right.
This meeting.
Yeah, so
Can I
just to be clear on that.
Yeah.
One more, then I'll go to Maggie Cassidy, and then I'm going to start to wrap this up.
So I guess while we talk about money, and that's such a part of the equation, really the educational future of our kids is very much at the forefront of this conversation. This is not about, so one has to question what one's priorities are. Is this important, this meeting, this gathering, our right to make decisions about how we spend our money, or is it that there are educational opportunities for everyone in the area, every kid in the area? So, and do we want to have the same opportunities we have now in 10 or 15 years? It might look a little different, but we still have them. These are conversations that we are having in great depth, in very passionate fashions at the study committee. So I guess before I stop talking, because it's hard for me to stop talking about this stuff, please do look at that article in the Reformer, which the complete, the whole thing is 10 pages. It's online. It's really specific about where we are in our process. So it's Reformer.com. I don't know, Brattleboro Reformer.
It's www.
The 10 pages is online. It'll also probably be on Digger and a couple other places. But no, this conversation is constantly changing. There is no way all of you are going to understand every element, every little part of this. And I know that's frustrating. We feel your pain.
So I'm going to give Maggie Cassidy one last word.
I would just like to thank the board, and particularly Alice, for those untold hours of meetings.
Thank my husband.
We do, I think we now understand that if we weren't operating within the framework of the law as it is passed, the whole conversation would be different. It would, going forward, can one small town continue to afford and sustain its wonderful programming? That's not what we're dealing with. You've explained that very clearly. I appreciate that. I think we all appreciate your very clear laying out of the options and lack of options. And I just want to say, for one, I trust you to carry to the larger group the concerns that we have and that I know all of you have. So thanks very much.
Thanks.
Great. So is there any other legally binding, or is there any other school business that needs to come before the school district meeting? I move to adjourn. Is there a second? I ask you to move to adjourn. I suggest that somebody move to adjourn. Is there a second? All those in favor to adjourn this meeting, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you.